Vulnerability assessment is like a security checkup for your digital assets. Imagine walking through a house, looking for weak spots where intruders could sneak in. That's exactly what we do with systems, networks, and applications. We identify potential security weaknesses that hackers could exploit. It's not just about finding flaws. It's about evaluating their impact and prioritizing them based on risk. Think of it as a game of chess, where every move counts. By proactively addressing these vulnerabilities, we can fortify our defenses, ensuring that malicious actors have a much harder time causing harm. In a world where cyber threats are constantly evolving, staying one step ahead is not just smart, it's essential. Vulnerability assessment is the process of identifying, evaluating, and prioritizing security weaknesses in a system, network, or application. Its goal is to find potential vulnerabilities that could be exploited by malicious actors before they cause harm. Vulnerability assessment is like a security checkup for your digital assets. Imagine walking through a house, looking for weak spots where intruders could sneak in. That's exactly what we do with systems, networks, and applications. Vulnerability scanning tools are essential in today's cybersecurity landscape. These automated tools tirelessly scan systems, networks, and applications, hunting for known vulnerabilities. They can quickly identify outdated software, misconfigurations, and unpatched applications that could leave us exposed. But here's the catch. While these tools are powerful, they can miss complex vulnerabilities hidden beneath the surface. That's where manual testing comes into play. Techniques like penetration testing allow skilled professionals to dive deeper, uncovering weaknesses that automated tools might overlook. It's a combination of speed and precision, ensuring our defenses are robust and resilient. In the battle against cyber threats, leveraging both automated tools and manual assessments is key to staying one step ahead. Identification of vulnerability scanning tools. Automated tools and software scan systems, networks, or applications for known vulnerabilities. These tools can detect outdated software, misconfigurations, unpatched software, and weaknesses in security settings. Manual testing. In addition to automated tools, manual assessments, e.g., penetration testing, may be used to uncover complex vulnerabilities that tools might miss. When we identify vulnerabilities, the next step is to evaluate their severity. This is where frameworks like the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, or CVSS, come into play. Each vulnerability gets rated low, medium, high, or critical, based on its potential impact. Imagine a critical vulnerability as a door left wide open. It could let an attacker waltz in and access sensitive data or even disrupt entire operations. The impact analysis is crucial. It's not just about knowing a vulnerability exists. It's about understanding what could happen if it's exploited. A high severity rating means we need to act fast. Ignoring these ratings could lead to severe consequences, from financial loss to reputational damage. So, evaluating risks isn't just a checkbox exercise. It's a vital part of safeguarding our digital landscape. Once vulnerabilities are identified, they are rated based on their severity, e.g., low, medium, high, critical. This is often done using standard frameworks like the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, CVSS. The assessment includes determining the potential impact of each vulnerability if it were to be exploited. For instance, a critical vulnerability might allow an attacker to access sensitive data or disrupt operations. Prioritizing vulnerabilities is crucial for any organization aiming to safeguard its assets. Imagine facing a multitude of threats, but only a few can truly cripple your operations. By ranking these vulnerabilities based on risk, we can channel our resources effectively. Factors like how easily a threat can be exploited, the significance of the asset at stake, and the potential damage all play a vital role in this process. For instance, a vulnerability in a critical system could lead to devastating financial losses or data breaches, while a minor flaw in a less important application might be a low priority. By focusing on the most critical threats first, We not only enhance our security posture, but also ensure that our response efforts yield the highest impact. This strategic approach transforms chaos into clarity, allowing us to tackle the most pressing issues head-on. Vulnerabilities are ranked in order of risk. This allows organizations to focus their efforts on addressing the most critical threats first. Factors like the ease of exploitation, the asset's importance, and potential damage help in prioritizing the response. Prioritizing vulnerabilities is crucial for any organization aiming to safeguard its assets. After identifying and evaluating vulnerabilities, it's crucial to take immediate action. Think of it as patching the holes in a ship before it sinks. This can mean applying software updates, reconfiguring systems, or even overhauling security policies. Each step is vital to fortify our defenses. But remember, vulnerability assessments aren't a one-and-done deal. The digital landscape is constantly evolving, with new threats emerging every day. Continuous monitoring is essential. It's like having a security guard on duty 24/7, always on the lookout for new vulnerabilities. By staying vigilant, we can adapt and respond swiftly, ensuring our systems remain secure and resilient against the ever-changing tide of cyber threats. After vulnerabilities are identified and evaluated, specific steps are recommended to mitigate or fix the vulnerabilities. This includes software updates, patching, reconfiguring systems, or improving security policies. Vulnerability assessments are not a one-time process. Systems and networks should be continuously monitored to identify new vulnerabilities that arise, as new threats and exploits are constantly emerging. After identifying and evaluating vulnerabilities, it's crucial to take immediate action. Think of it as patching the holes in a ship before it sinks. Vulnerability assessments are essential for any organization looking to safeguard its systems. Tools like Nessus and Qualys provide comprehensive scans to identify weaknesses, while OpenPass offers an open-source alternative that's equally effective. Nmap is fantastic for network mapping and discovering open ports, giving you a clear picture of your attack surface. When it comes to web application security, Burp Suite is a powerhouse, allowing you to test for vulnerabilities like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. And let's not forget Wireshark, the go-to for deep network analysis, helping you capture and dissect traffic in real time. By leveraging these tools, organizations can proactively identify and mitigate security risks, ensuring their systems remain secure and their data stays confidential. In a world where threats are constantly evolving, staying one step ahead is not just smart, it's essential. In summary, vulnerability assessments help organizations identify and mitigate security risks before they can be exploited by attackers, ensuring the integrity and confidentiality of their systems. Scanning is the crucial first step in identifying vulnerabilities within any system, network, or application. By using automated tools, we can systematically uncover weaknesses that could be exploited by attackers. Vulnerability scanners are our allies in this process, designed to pinpoint known vulnerabilities in software, hardware, and network configurations. There are several types of scanning to consider. Network scanning focuses on the infrastructure, revealing issues in routers, firewalls, and open ports. Web application scanning dives into the heart of web apps, checking for threats like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. Host scanning targets individual machines, searching for outdated software or weak passwords. And let's not forget database scanning, which looks for vulnerabilities in database management systems. Some common tools we rely on include Nessus, OpenVAS, and Qualys for general scanning, while Nmap, Nikto, and Burp Suite are essential for web vulnerabilities. Regular scanning is vital, especially after system changes or updates, to ensure we stay one step ahead of potential threats. The purpose? To uncover vulnerabilities before attackers do, safeguarding our systems and data. Scanning is the crucial first step in identifying vulnerabilities within any system, network, or application. By using automated tools, we can systematically uncover weaknesses that could be exploited by attackers. After scanning for vulnerabilities, the real work begins with assessment. This phase is crucial. It's where we analyze the scan results and prioritize vulnerabilities based on their risk. We classify them into categories like critical, high, medium, and low, using standards like CVSS. But it's not just about severity. We dive deeper into risk assessment, considering the context of our systems. How sensitive is the data at stake? How easy is it for an attacker to exploit these vulnerabilities? Some might be trivial to exploit, while others could require specific conditions. Our goals are clear. Understand the business impact, identify false positives, and analyze the likelihood of each vulnerability being targeted. We also need to determine the scope of impact. Does it affect just one device or many? To aid in this process, we utilize tools like risk assessment frameworks and SIEM systems, which help us correlate vulnerabilities with contextual data. Ultimately, this assessment is about understanding the risks and prioritizing them effectively to protect our organization. After scanning, the next step is the assessment of the vulnerabilities found. This phase involves analyzing the results of the scan, prioritizing the vulnerabilities based on their potential risk, and determining how they should be addressed. This is the process of reviewing and analyzing the vulnerabilities identified during the scan. Vulnerabilities are categorized based on their severity using standards like CVSS. The context of the system is considered. For example, how sensitive is the data? How easy is it for an attacker to exploit the vulnerability? What would the potential impact be? Assessing how easy it is for an attacker to exploit the vulnerability. Some vulnerabilities might require specific conditions, while others are trivial to exploit. Understand the business impact of the vulnerabilities. Identify false positives. Analyze the exploitability and likelihood of each vulnerability being targeted. Determine the scope impact. Does it affect a single device or many? Does it compromise critical assets or operations? While scanning tools find vulnerabilities, tools like risk assessment frameworks and SIEM systems help assess and correlate vulnerabilities based on contextual data. To understand the risks posed by the vulnerabilities and prioritize them based on their severity and potential impact on the business organization. Vulnerability management is crucial in today's digital landscape. It starts with remediation, fixing identified vulnerabilities through patches, configurations, or replacing outdated software. This is our most direct line of defense against risk. Patching is essential. It's like giving your software a health boost. Then there's system hardening, where we strengthen security configurations to minimize exposure. But what if remediation isn't feasible? That's where mitigation comes in. We can implement workarounds, like firewalls, to create temporary barriers against exploitation. Access controls limit who can see what, reducing our attack surface. Intrusion detection systems alert us to potential threats, acting as our digital watchdogs. Sometimes we might accept vulnerability if the risk is low, but we must document that decision and revisit it regularly. Continuous tracking and reporting are vital. Tools like Tenable.sc or Qualys VM help us maintain an inventory of vulnerabilities and their remediation status. SIEM systems aggregate data to spot trends and monitor for new threats. Lastly, regular audits ensure we're not just patching up old wounds, but also catching new vulnerabilities before they become a problem. This ongoing vigilance is key to a robust security posture. Remediation involves fixing the identified vulnerabilities by applying patches, reconfiguring systems, or replacing outdated software. This is the most direct way to reduce risk. Patching involves applying software updates or patches to fix vulnerabilities. System hardening means strengthening system security configurations to minimize vulnerabilities. Mitigation comes into play when remediation isn't possible due to operational constraints or compatibility issues. This includes workarounds like temporary solutions such as firewalls or additional security layers to prevent exploitation. Access controls limit user or system access to reduce exposure to vulnerabilities. Intrusion detection systems are used to detect potential attacks exploiting a vulnerability. In some cases, vulnerabilities may be accepted if the risk is deemed low or there is no viable solution. However, this decision should be documented and revisited periodically. Vulnerabilities need to be continuously monitored. Tracking tools or platforms help in maintaining inventory of vulnerabilities and their remediation status. Security management systems like Tenable.sc or Qualys VM can provide dashboards and reporting to track vulnerabilities over time. Security information and event management systems can aggregate data from various sources to identify trends, detect new vulnerabilities, and monitor for exploits. Ongoing vulnerability management processes should include periodic vulnerability scans and audits to ensure previously addressed vulnerabilities are not reintroduced or new vulnerabilities haven't emerged. Vulnerability management is a critical process that starts with discovery. Imagine scanning your systems like a detective searching for clues, identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Once we've found them, it's time for prioritization. Not all vulnerabilities are created equal. We assess and rank them based on risk, focusing on what could cause the most damage. Next comes remediation or mitigation. This is where we roll up our sleeves and fix those vulnerabilities, or at least put measures in place to address them. But it doesn't stop there. Monitoring is essential. Continuously scanning and tracking vulnerabilities ensures we stay ahead of potential threats. The ultimate goal? To manage and reduce the impact of vulnerabilities on our security posture. We want to ensure that risks are either mitigated or accepted while keeping a vigilant eye on our evolving security landscape. It's a proactive approach that keeps our organization safe and sound. When it comes to vulnerability management, there are three key components: scanning, assessment, and management. Scanning is like a digital detective, using automated tools and manual testing to uncover vulnerabilities lurking in the shadows. Once we identify these weaknesses, we move to assessment, where we evaluate their severity, exploitability, and business impact. This helps us prioritize which vulnerabilities need immediate attention. Finally, management is all about action, fixing, mitigating, and tracking these vulnerabilities over time. Together, these steps create a robust defense strategy, allowing organizations to proactively fend off cyber attacks and minimize risk exposure. It's a continuous cycle of vigilance that keeps our systems secure and resilient. Scanning identifies vulnerabilities using automated tools and manual testing. Assessment evaluates the vulnerability, severity, exploitability, and business impact, prioritizing them for action. Management focuses on fixing, mitigating, and tracking vulnerabilities over time to maintain a secure system. Together, scanning, assessment, and management form a comprehensive approach to vulnerability management, ensuring that organizations can proactively defend against potential cyber attacks and minimize their risk exposure. Passive vulnerability scanning is a crucial technique in cybersecurity that allows us to identify potential security issues without ever touching the target system. Imagine monitoring network traffic and system behavior, gathering insights without triggering any alarms. That's the beauty of passive scanning. It relies on existing data, network packets, logs, and other indicators to spot vulnerabilities. No intrusive probing, no disruptive tests, just a watchful eye on the environment as it is. This method is like having a security guard who observes everything quietly, ensuring that vulnerabilities are detected without raising any red flags. By analyzing the data flowing through the network, passive scanners help organizations stay one step ahead of potential threats, ensuring a robust security posture while maintaining operational integrity. It's a smart, stealthy approach to safeguarding our digital assets. Passive vulnerability scanning refers to the process of monitoring network traffic and system behavior to detect vulnerabilities without actively interacting with the target system or application. It collects data from the environment as it exists, without initiating any actions that could trigger alerts or disruptions. Passive scanners observe network traffic and logs to identify potential security issues. They rely on existing data in the environment, such as network packets, logs, or other passive indicators of vulnerabilities. No active probing or requests are sent to the target systems, meaning that no scans or tests are initiated that could cause noticeable changes in the target environment. Imagine a scanning method that operates silently in the background, ensuring the target system remains undisturbed. This is the beauty of non-intrusive scanning. It's like a ghost in the machine, never interfering with normal operations. Stealth is key. It's designed to fly under the radar, making it difficult for both attackers and vigilant administrators to detect. What's even better? It has minimal impact on network performance. Instead of bombarding the system with requests, it simply observes existing data, avoiding those dreaded traffic spikes. And because it relies on passive data collection, the chances of false positives drop significantly. You get accurate insights without the noise. This approach not only enhances security, but also keeps your systems running smoothly. It's a win-win for everyone involved. Key features: non-intrusive. Since the scanning doesn't interact with the target system directly, it does not disrupt the normal operation or performance of the systems. Stealth. It is less likely to be detected by the target system, making it harder for attackers or administrators to notice. Minimal impact. It does not cause traffic spikes or overload the network as it only observes existing data. Lower false positives. Because it relies on observed behavior and passive data collection, there is often a lower chance of false positives compared to active scanning. In sensitive environments, discretion is key. Imagine conducting a penetration test where triggering alerts could compromise the entire operation. You need to blend in, scanning without a trace, ensuring that your actions don't disrupt live production systems or raise suspicions among attackers. Then there's ongoing monitoring. This is about keeping a watchful eye on your network, identifying vulnerabilities and potential threats without ever interfering with normal operations. It's like having a silent guardian, always alert but never intrusive. And let's not forget compliance audits. These assessments require a delicate touch, as direct intervention with systems is often off-limits. You must navigate the complexities of regulations while ensuring that every requirement is met without causing any disruption. In all these scenarios, the goal is clear: maintain security and compliance without drawing attention.
It's a balancing act that demands precision and expertise. When to use sensitive environments. When scanning cannot afford trigger alerts, disturb operations, or be noticed by attackers, e.g., during penetration testing, monitoring live production systems. Ongoing monitoring. For continuous monitoring of a network to passively identify vulnerabilities and potential threats without interfering with normal operations. Compliance audits. When conducting assessments for compliance standards where direct intervention with systems is restricted.
When it comes to passive scanning tools, Zeek, formerly known as Bro, stands out as a powerful network monitoring tool. It quietly analyzes network traffic, providing deep insights without interrupting the flow. Then there's Ricata, another robust option that excels at detecting threats and vulnerabilities by passively inspecting traffic. It's like having a vigilant guard that never sleeps. And let's not forget about security information and event management systems, or SIEMs, like Splunk and the ELK stack. These tools can sift through logs and collected data to uncover vulnerabilities, all while operating in the background. Together, these tools create a comprehensive security posture, ensuring that potential threats are identified before they can cause harm. Examples of passive scanning tools: Zeek, formerly known as Bro, a network monitoring tool that passively analyzes network traffic. Suricata, another network monitoring tool that detects threats and vulnerabilities by passively inspecting traffic. Security information and event management, SIM. Systems like Splunk and ELK stack can also be used in a passive manner to analyze logs and detect vulnerabilities from collected data. When it comes to passive scanning, the advantages are clear. First, there's no risk of disruption, since it doesn't interact directly with systems. Operations run smoothly. It's stealthy and silent, making it a great tool for avoiding detection by security measures or potential attackers. Plus, it puts less load on systems. No active scanning means no extra strain on resources. But let's not overlook the downsides. The data gathered is limited. Passive scanning might miss vulnerabilities that only show up when a system is actively probed. Its coverage is also restricted. It relies solely on available data, which means it might not catch everything that active scanning would. And remember, it can only detect vulnerabilities exposed through regular network traffic and logs, leaving those hidden behind firewalls or encryption out of reach. Balancing these pros and cons is essential for effective security. When it comes to passive scanning, the advantages are clear. First, there's no risk of disruption. Since it doesn't interact directly with systems, operations run smoothly. It's stealthy and silent, making it a great tool for avoiding detection by security measures or potential attackers. Plus, it puts less load on systems. No active scanning means no extra strain on resources. Active vulnerability scanning is a proactive approach to identifying weaknesses in systems. Imagine sending out digital probes, like a detective on a mission, to uncover hidden flaws. These scanners interact directly with target systems, performing tasks like port scans and ping sweeps. They're not just looking for open doors, they're testing the locks too. By attempting to exploit known vulnerabilities, they reveal whether a system is truly at risk. This process generates traffic that can be monitored, making it crucial for security teams to stay alert. In a world where cyber threats are ever evolving, active scanning is like having a security guard who not only watches, but also tests the strength of every entry point. It's about staying one step ahead in the game of cybersecurity. Active vulnerability scanning involves actively engaging with the target systems by sending probes, requests, or tests to identify vulnerabilities. The scanner interacts directly with the system to find weaknesses in software, configurations, and network services. Active scanners send requests to the target systems, such as port scans, ping sweeps, or service version detections, to identify potential vulnerabilities. The scanner may try to exploit known vulnerabilities to determine if a system is actually vulnerable to an attack. Scans typically generate traffic between the scanner and the target system, which can be detected and logged. Active scanning is an intriguing process, but it comes with its own set of challenges. First off, it's intrusive. When a scanner sends data and requests to a target system, it can trigger alarms. Think firewall alerts or IDS/IPS responses. This means you're not just a passive observer, you're making waves. But that's also what makes it comprehensive. Active scanners dive deep, testing various attack vectors and system configurations, giving you a thorough understanding of a system's security posture. You get a complete picture, which is invaluable for any security assessment. However, this level of scrutiny doesn't come free. Active scanning demands high resource consumption. It interacts directly with the target and processes responses in real time, which can strain your systems. The payoff? It detects real exploits. Unlike passive methods that might miss critical vulnerabilities, active scanning actively probes the system, uncovering weaknesses that could be exploited. In the world of cybersecurity, that's a game changer. Active scanning is an intriguing process, but it comes with its own set of challenges. First off, it's intrusive. When a scanner sends data and requests to a target system, it can trigger alarms. Think firewall alerts or IDS/IPS responses. This means you're not just a passive observer, you're making waves. But that's also what makes it comprehensive. Vulnerability assessment is crucial for identifying and confirming weaknesses in our systems. It's like a health checkup for our digital infrastructure, ensuring we know where the risks lie. Then we move to penetration testing, where we actively probe for open ports and weak configurations. Think of it as a controlled break-in, revealing how an attacker might exploit our defenses. Next up is patch management. Once vulnerabilities are addressed, we need to verify that systems are properly patched. It's not enough to just apply updates. We must confirm they're effective. Finally, stress testing pushes our systems to their limits, simulating real-world attack conditions to uncover hidden weaknesses. This proactive approach is essential for fortifying our defenses and ensuring resilience against threats. Vulnerability assessment. To actively identify and confirm vulnerabilities in systems, especially when a comprehensive scan is required. Penetration testing. During controlled assessments, where active interaction is part of the test, e.g., testing for open ports, weak configurations, or specific exploits. Patch management. To verify if systems have been properly patched after vulnerabilities are addressed. Stress testing. When actively trying to uncover weaknesses that could be exploited under attack conditions. When it comes to active scanning tools, Nessus stands out as a powerhouse. It's a popular vulnerability scanner that dives deep into systems, probing for known vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Then there's Qualys, another heavyweight in vulnerability management, actively scanning networks to identify weaknesses before they can be targeted. Nmap is a must-know for anyone serious about security. This tool excels in network exploration and security auditing, particularly for uncovering open ports and services that could be potential entry points for attackers. And let's not forget OpenVAS, the open-source champion of active vulnerability scanning. It offers a comprehensive suite of tests, making it a favorite among security professionals looking for robust solutions without the hefty price tag. Each of these tools plays a crucial role in fortifying defenses and staying one step ahead of threats. Examples of active scanning tools. Nessus, a popular vulnerability scanner that performs active scanning by probing systems for known vulnerabilities. Qualys, another widely used vulnerability management tool that actively scans networks for vulnerabilities. Nmap, a network exploration and security auditing tool that can be used for active vulnerability scanning, especially for open ports and services. OpenVAS, an open-source tool used to perform active vulnerability scanning, offering a wide range of tests. Active scanning offers a wealth of advantages that can significantly enhance our security posture. First, it's comprehensive. These scans dig deep, uncovering a broader range of vulnerabilities than passive methods ever could. Imagine getting real-time feedback. Active scanning simulates attacks, giving us immediate insights into our system's weaknesses. It's proactive, too, identifying both well-known and previously unknown vulnerabilities that might slip under the radar in passive scans. However, we must tread carefully. The risk of disruption is real. Active scans can overload systems, trigger alarms, or even interfere with normal operations, particularly in production environments. Plus, the scanning activity can be detected by security monitoring tools or even attackers, raising the stakes. And let's not forget about resource usage. Active scans demand more bandwidth, processing power, and time compared to their passive counterparts. Balancing the pros and cons is crucial for effective security management. When it comes to scanning for vulnerabilities, we have two distinct approaches: passive and active scanning. Passive scanning is like a stealthy observer, quietly monitoring traffic and logging data without interacting with the target. It's non-intrusive, making it harder for systems to detect, but it only reveals vulnerabilities that are exposed in the logs. On the flip side, active scanning is much more hands-on. It probes systems, services, and configurations directly, which can trigger alarms or even disrupt operations. While it's easier to detect by intrusion detection systems, it uncovers a broader range of vulnerabilities by interacting with the target. Think of passive scanning as ongoing monitoring, perfect for stealth penetration tests, while active scanning is your go-to for comprehensive vulnerability assessments and stress testing. Tools like Zeek and Suricata excel in passive scanning, while Nessus, Qualys, and Nmap shine in the active realm. Each method has its place depending on your security needs and objectives. Passive scanning involves no interaction. It monitors traffic and logs, while active scanning actively probes systems, services, and configurations. Passive scanning is non-intrusive and stealthy, whereas active scanning is intrusive and can trigger alarms or disruptions. The impact on the target is minimal with passive scanning, but active scanning can overload systems or trigger security alerts. Detection likelihood is harder with passive scanning, while it's easier with active scanning by IDS, IPS, or firewall systems. The types of vulnerabilities found are limited to exposed vulnerabilities in traffic and logs with passive scanning, while active scanning can uncover more vulnerabilities by interacting with the system. The scope of coverage is limited to observed behavior with passive scanning, but broader with active scanning, covering systems, services, ports, and more. Use cases for passive scanning include ongoing monitoring and self-penetration tests, while active scanning is used for comprehensive vulnerability assessments, penetration testing, and stress testing. Examples of tools for passive scanning include Zeek, Suricata, and SIEM systems, while Nessus, Qualys, OpenVAS, and Nmap are examples of tools for active scanning. Passive scanning is a game changer in environments where stealth and minimal disruption are key. Imagine being able to detect vulnerabilities without ever touching the systems. It's like having a security guard who quietly observes without making a sound. On the flip side, active scanning dives deep into the heart of the system. It's essential for thorough vulnerability assessments and penetration testing, simulating real attack scenarios to uncover exploitable weaknesses. But beware. This approach can be intrusive, potentially impacting system performance or triggering alerts. That's why the best strategy often combines both methods. By blending passive and active scanning, we gain a comprehensive view of an organization's vulnerabilities and threats, ensuring robust security without compromising performance. Passive scanning is ideal for environments where stealth, minimal disruption, and continuous monitoring are important. It's particularly useful when you need to detect vulnerabilities without interacting directly with the systems. Active scanning is more effective for comprehensive vulnerability assessments, penetration testing, and when you need to simulate real attack scenarios to find exploitable weaknesses. However, it can be more intrusive and may impact system performance or trigger security alerts. A combination of both approaches is often used in security assessments to get a complete picture of an organization's vulnerabilities and threats. Nessus is a game changer in the world of cybersecurity. Developed by Tenable Inc., it's a powerful vulnerability scanner that helps security professionals like us identify weaknesses in our networks and systems. Imagine having a tool that automates the tedious process of discovering security issues. Nessus does just that. It scans for vulnerabilities across operating systems, applications, and even misconfigurations that could be exploited by attackers. With its comprehensive set of tools, Nessus not only highlights potential risks, but also provides actionable insights to strengthen our defenses. In a landscape where threats are constantly evolving, leveraging Nessus is essential for staying one step ahead of cybercriminals. It's not just about finding vulnerabilities, it's about fortifying our security posture and protecting our digital assets. Nessus is a widely used vulnerability scanner developed by Tenable Inc. It is designed to help security professionals identify vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and weaknesses within a network, operating systems, applications, and other systems that could be exploited by attackers. Nessus provides a powerful and comprehensive set of tools to automate the process of discovering security issues and vulnerabilities in a network environment. Comprehensive vulnerability scanning is crucial for maintaining the security of our systems. Nessus stands out because it scans everything from servers and workstations to databases and web applications. It meticulously checks for known vulnerabilities, missing patches, security misconfigurations, and outdated software. What's fascinating is its plugin-based architecture. Each plugin is like a specialized tool designed to identify specific vulnerabilities or configuration issues. With thousands of plugins at its disposal, Nessus covers a vast array of potential threats, from outdated software versions to simple configuration mistakes. Plus, it offers incredible flexibility. You can tailor your scans based on your needs, whether you require a basic vulnerability assessment or a detailed compliance scan. This level of customization ensures that you're not just scanning, but scanning smartly. Nessus scans a variety of systems, including servers, workstations, databases, network devices, and web applications. It checks for known vulnerabilities, missing patches, security misconfigurations, and outdated software. Nessus uses a plugin-based architecture to detect vulnerabilities. Each plugin is designed to check for a specific type of vulnerability or configuration issue. Nessus has thousands of plugins that cover a wide range of vulnerabilities, from outdated software versions to configuration mistakes. Nessus allows you to configure and customize scans based on the scope, depth, and sensitivity of the scan. You can choose between different types of scans, such as basic vulnerability scans, compliance scans, and more. After scanning, Nessus generates detailed reports that are invaluable for understanding vulnerabilities. These reports break down risks into severity levels: critical, high, medium, and low, along with actionable remediation recommendations. You can easily export these reports in formats like PDF, HTML, CSV, and XML, making it simple to share insights with your team. Nessus also shines in compliance and policy audits, supporting standards like PCI DSS, HIPAA, CIS, and SOX. It ensures organizations meet regulatory requirements by scanning systems against established security benchmarks. When it comes to network scanning, Nessus is versatile. It can assess both internal and external systems, making it perfect for penetration tests and vulnerability assessments. Plus, its user-friendly interface caters to everyone, from beginners to seasoned pros, with both web-based and command-line options available. Nessus truly makes vulnerability management accessible and efficient. After scanning, Nessus generates detailed reports that help administrators understand the discovered vulnerabilities. These reports typically include a risk assessment with severity levels, critical, high, medium, low, and recommendations for remediation. Reports can be exported in various formats, such as PDF, HTML, CSV, and XML. Nessus supports auditing for various compliance standards, such as PCI DSS, HIPAA, CIS, and SOX. It helps organizations meet regulatory and security policy requirements by scanning systems against predefined security benchmarks. Nessus can scan both internal and external network systems. It is useful for performing external penetration tests, vulnerability assessments, and network auditing. Nessus offers a simple and intuitive user interface that allows both beginners and experienced security professionals to configure and run scans. It supports both a web-based interface and a command line interface, CLI, for advanced users. Nessus is a powerhouse when it comes to integration and extensibility. Imagine seamlessly connecting it with your CM systems. This synergy supercharges your security operations, making them more effective than ever. Plus, with its ability to integrate external APIs, automating scan schedules and generating reports becomes a breeze. But what truly sets Nessus apart is its commitment to keeping you ahead of the curve. Regular updates to its plugins mean you're always equipped to tackle the latest vulnerabilities. Tenable is on the ball, releasing new vulnerability signatures that ensure your scans are not just current but comprehensive. With Nessus, you're not just scanning, you're fortifying your defenses with cutting-edge insights. Nessus integrates with a variety of other security tools and platforms, such as CIEM systems, to enhance the effectiveness of security operations. It can also integrate with external APIs for automating scan schedules and report generation. Nessus plugins are regularly updated to reflect new vulnerabilities, helping ensure that your scans stay current and comprehensive. Tenable regularly releases new vulnerability signatures, providing quick coverage for the latest vulnerabilities. When it comes to scanning for vulnerabilities, Nessus offers a variety of powerful tools. First up is the basic network scan. This is your go-to for identifying vulnerabilities across all devices on your network. It's like a health check for your entire system. Then we have the web application scan, which dives deep into your web applications, hunting down vulnerabilities like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. These are the sneaky issues that can lead to serious breaches if left unchecked. Next, there's the compliance scan. This one's crucial for organizations that need to adhere to security benchmarks like PCI DSS or HIPAA. It ensures that your systems are not just secure, but also compliant with industry standards. Finally, we have the credentialed scan. This is where things get serious. By authenticating into systems, it performs in-depth checks, uncovering issues that might be hidden from the outside. It's like having a backstage pass to your system's vulnerabilities. Each scan type plays a vital role in fortifying your security posture, making sure you stay one step ahead of potential threats. Types of scans in Nessus. Basic network. Scan, a standard scan to detect vulnerabilities across devices on a network. Web application scan, specifically designed for scanning web applications and identifying vulnerabilities like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, XSS, and other common web-based issues. Compliance scan, scan systems for compliance with security benchmarks, such as PCI DSS or HIPAA. Credentialed scan, scans that authenticate into systems with credentials to perform more in-depth checks and identify issues that are not visible externally. Using Nessus for vulnerability assessments is a game changer. First off, it's incredibly comprehensive. You get detailed insights with a vast array of vulnerability checks, ensuring nothing slips through the cracks. Then there's the ease of use. Its intuitive interface means even those who aren't savvy can set up and run effective scans without a hitch. And let's talk about updates. Nessus is frequently updated, so you're always equipped with the latest information on vulnerabilities. This keeps your system secure against emerging threats. Plus, the customization options are fantastic. You can tailor scan configurations and generate reports that fit your specific needs. With Nessus, you're not just scanning, you're empowering your security strategy. Pros of using Nessus: comprehensive, provides detailed vulnerability assessments with a wide array of vulnerability checks. Ease of use. The user interface is intuitive, and even less experienced users can set up and run effective scans. Frequent updates, regularly updated to include the latest vulnerabilities. Customizable. The tool offers flexibility in terms of scan configurations and report generation. Using Nessus can be a double-edged sword. One major drawback is the issue of false positives. Imagine spending hours investigating a vulnerability, only to find out it was a false alarm. It's frustrating and can waste valuable time. Then there's the resource intensity. Scanning large networks or conducting deep scans can really bog down your system, slowing everything to a crawl. You might find yourself waiting longer than you'd like, which can be a real productivity killer. And let's not forget the limitations of the free version, Nessus Essentials. With a cap on the number of assets you can scan, it's not ideal for larger organizations. So, while Nessus has its strengths, cons are definitely worth considering before diving in. False positives. Like many vulnerability scanners, Nessus can sometimes generate false positives, meaning it may identify a vulnerability where none exists. Resource intensive. Scanning large networks or performing deep scans can consume significant system resources and time. Limited free version, the free version, Nessus Essentials, has limitations in terms of the number of assets, IP addresses it can scan. Nessus is a game changer for anyone in network security. Imagine having a tool that not only identifies vulnerabilities, but also helps you strengthen your defenses. With its comprehensive scanning capabilities, Nessus dives deep into your infrastructure, uncovering security weaknesses that could be lurking in the shadows. Regular plugin updates ensure you're always equipped to tackle the latest threats, making it a top choice for vulnerability management. Sure, it requires some resources and careful configuration, but the payoff is immense. By proactively scanning for vulnerabilities, you're not just reacting to threats, you're staying one step ahead, enhancing your organization's security posture. Nessus isn't just a tool, it's an essential ally in the fight for robust cybersecurity. Nessus is a highly effective tool for network security professionals looking to perform vulnerability assessments and identify security weaknesses in their infrastructure. Its comprehensive scanning capabilities, regular plugin updates, and ease of use make it one of the top choices for vulnerability management. While it does require some resources and careful configuration to get the most out of it, Nessus is invaluable for organizations looking to enhance their security posture through proactive vulnerability scanning. Nessus offers a variety of editions tailored to meet the diverse needs of its users. For individual security professionals, there's the Nessus Essentials edition, perfect for those just starting out or managing smaller environments. Then we have Nessus Professional, which is designed for seasoned experts, providing advanced features like compliance checks and extensive reporting capabilities. For larger organizations, Nessus Manager takes it up a notch, allowing for centralized management of multiple scanners, making it easier to oversee vast networks. Finally, there's the Tenable.io edition, which integrates cloud capabilities, ideal for businesses looking to scale their security efforts seamlessly. Each edition is crafted to empower users, whether you're a solo practitioner or part of a large team, ensuring you have the right tools to protect your assets effectively. In Nessus, the term types of editions generally refers to the different subscription levels and feature sets available to users based on their needs and the scale of the deployment. Nessus offers several different versions tailored to different types of users, ranging from individual security professionals to large enterprises. Here's a breakdown of the most common editions of Nessus. Nessus Professional is a feature for security partners and IT teams. Imagine having full access to powerful vulnerability scanning capabilities, scanning an unlimited number of IP addresses. With advanced and scan scheduling, you can streamline your security assessments like never before. You'll always have the latest plugins and updates at your fingertips. Need to run sophisticated assessments? No problem. Web application security scans and compliance checks are all part of the package. Now, for enterprises that need centralized management, Nessus Manager takes it to the next level. It includes everything from Nessus Professional, but adds the ability to manage multiple scanners from one dashboard. You can create teams for collaborative scanning, utilize the Nessus Cloud for distributed scanning nodes. Real-time scan status monitoring and comprehensive reporting ensure you're always in control. With a paid annual subscription and robust support options, Nessus is the ultimate solution for proactive security management. Nessus Professional is practitioners and IT teams, offering full access to Nessus vulnerability scanning capabilities to scan an unlimited number of IP addresses, advanced reporting and scan scheduling, access to newer plugins and updates, and the ability to run more sophisticated assessments, application security scans, and compliance checks. Nessus Manager is aimed at enterprises and teams that require centralized management. It includes all features of Nessus Professional, provides centralized management of multiple Nessus scanners, allows for the creation of teams and collaborative scanning, includes the Nessus Cloud for managing distributed scanning nodes, and offers real-time scan status and reporting. Imagine having a vulnerability management solution right at your fingertips, all in the cloud. With Nessus Cloud, you get centralized management of scans across multiple locations, making it easier than ever to keep your organization secure. The intuitive web interface lets you scans and results effortlessly, while API integrations enhance automation and streamline your workflows. Plus, it's a fully managed service, so you can focus on what matters most, your security. Now, for those large enterprises with complex security needs, Tenable takes it a step further. It combines comprehensive vulnerability management with advanced features that discovery, risk scoring, and detailed reporting. Continuous monitoring and analytics ensure you're always a step ahead of potential threats. And with seamless integration into your existing security tools, you're not just vulnerabilities, you're enhancing your entire security posture. Both solutions are subscription-based, offering level support to ensure you're never alone in your security journey. Installing Nessus is a breeze, but it does vary a bit depending on your operating system. Let's dive into it. First, make sure your system meets the prerequisites. You'll need at least 1 GB of disk space and 2 GB of RAM. If you're on Windows, you should be running Windows 7 or later. For Linux users, it's compatible with popular distributions like Ubuntu, CentOS, and Red Hat. And if you're on macOS, ensure you have version 10.113 or later. Now, remember, you'll need admin or root privileges to get Nessus up and running. Once you've checked all that, the installation process is straightforward. Just download the installer from the Nessus website, follow the prompts, and you'll be scanning for vulnerabilities in no time. It's that simple. Installing Nessus is straightforward, but it varies slightly depending on the operating system you're using. Below, I will walk you through the installation process for Windows, Linux, and macOS systems. Prerequisites, system requirements, disk space, 1 GB minimum. RAM, at least 2 GB of RAM. Operating system, Windows 7 or later. Linux, Ubuntu, CentOS, Red Hat, etc. macOS 10.13 or later. Admin privileges. You need administrator or root privileges on your system to install Nessus. To get started, first head over to the Nessus downloads page. You'll see options for different operating systems, Windows, Linux, or macOS. Choose the one that matches your setup. For Windows, grab the .exe file. If you're on Red Hat-based Linux, go for the .rpm. And for Debian-based systems, you'll want the .debi package. Download is complete. It's time to install. For Windows, just double-click the .exe and follow the prompts. On Linux, open your terminal and use the appropriate command for your package type. After installation, launch Nessus, and you'll be guided through the initial setup. That's it. You're now ready to start scanning and securing your systems. Simple, right? General installation steps for all operating systems. Download Nessus. Go to the Nessus Downloads page. Choose your OS, Windows, Linux, or Mac. Download the appropriate package for your system, e.g. .exe for Windows, .rpm for Red Hat-based Linux, .deb-based Linux. Install Nessus. After downloading the appropriate installation file, follow the specific installation steps below for your OS. To install Nessus on Windows, head over to the Nessus download page and grab the Windows installer. Once downloaded, locate the .exe file and double-click it to installation. Follow the prompts, accept the license agreement, choose where you want it installed, let the process finish. After installation, Nessus should launch automatically, but if it doesn't, you can find it in the Start menu or run nessus.exe from the install directory. Now, open your web browser and navigate to https localhost 834. You might get a certificate warning. Just accept it since it's self-signed. Next, you'll create your admin account and enter your activation code. Get by registering for Nessus Essentials or purchasing a subscription. Complete the initial setup, and just like that, you're ready to start scanning. To install Nessus on Windows, first, head over to the Nessus download page and grab the Windows installer. Once downloaded, locate the .exe file and double-click it to kick off the installation. After completing the initial setup of Nessus, I'm ready to dive into the world of vulnerability scanning. First, I created my admin user and entered the activation code. Instantly, Nessus kicks into gear, downloading the latest plugin feed. This is crucial because these plugins are what keep my scans accurate and up to date. Now that Nessus is activated, I log into the web base. It's user-friendly and intuitive, making it navigate. I start by creating my first scan, selecting the targets on my network. With just a click, I'm ready to launch. As the scan runs, I can feel the anticipation. What vulnerabilities will it uncover? Once the scan is complete, I'm presented with a detailed report, highlighting potential risks and areas for improvement. This is where the real value lies. I can now take action to secure my systems. Nessus transforms vulnerability management from a daunting task into a streamlined process, empowering me to protect my network effectively. After completing the initial setup, Nessus will begin to download the latest plugin feed. Once activated, you can log into the Nessus web interface and begin running vulnerability scans on your network or system. After completing the initial setup, I'm ready to dive into the world of vulnerability scanning. First, I created my user and entered the activation code. Instantly, Nessus kicks into gear. Download this plugin feed. If you're trying to access HTTPS localhost 8834 and it's not loading, the first thing to check is whether the Nessus service is running. On Linux, just type sudo systemctl status nessusd in the terminal. If you're on Windows, head over to the Services app and see if Nessus is up and running. For macOS users, you can check the status directly in the application or via the terminal. Next up, let's talk firewalls. Make sure your firewall isn't blocking traffic on port 8834. If it is, you'll need to adjust those settings to allow access. Don't forget about permissions. Always run the installer as an administrator or root user to avoid any hiccups. With these steps, you should be back on track and accessing Nessus in no time. Troubleshooting web interface. Not opening if HTTPS localhost 8834 does not load. Ensure that the Nessus service is running. On Linux, sudo systemctl status nessusd. On Windows, check the Windows service status. On macOS, check the Nessus status through the application or in the terminal. Firewall issues. Ensure that the firewall allows traffic on port 8834. Permissions issues. Make sure you're running the installer as an administrator or root user. If you're trying to access HTTPS, // localhost 8834 org and it's not loading, the first thing to check is whether the Nessus service is running. On Linux, just type sudo systemstl status nessust in the terminal. If you're on Windows, head over to the Services app and see if Nessus is up and running. Nessus plugins are the unsung heroes of vulnerability scanning. Think of them as specialized tools, each crafted to uncover specific security issues lurking in your systems, networks, and applications. They dive deep, checking for missing patches, those critical updates that keep your software secure. They reveal open ports and services that could be gateways for attackers. Misconfigurations? They spot those too, ensuring your settings are locked down tight. And let's not forget about weak passwords. These plugins can identify authentication issues that leave you vulnerable. Plus, they leverage the latest common vulnerabilities and exposures, or CVEs, to keep you ahead of known exploits. With Nessus plugins, you're not just scanning, you're fortifying your defenses against potential threats. Nessus plugins are small scripts or modules that perform specific vulnerability checks against systems, networks, and applications. Each plugin is designed to test a particular vulnerability or security issue, such as a misconfiguration, missing patch, weak password, or known software vulnerability. Key points about Nessus plugins. Purpose. Plugins enable Nessus to scan and identify specific vulnerabilities. They cover a wide range of security issues like missing patches, open ports and services, misconfigurations and settings, weak passwords or authentication issues, and known exploits based on vulnerabilities and exposures, CVEs. Nessus plugins are the backbone of vulnerability scanning, crafted in the unique Nessus Attack Scripting Language, or NASL. Each plugin serves a distinct purpose. Some on specific vulnerabilities, while others conduct audits to ensure your systems are secure. Remote plugins are like digital detectives, probing your network from afar for open ports and missing patches. They give you a bird's-eye view of your security posture. On the other hand, local plugins deep, requiring access to the system itself. They scrutinize configuration files and user settings, ensuring nothing slips cracks. And let's not forget web application plugins. These are the guardians of your online presence, designed to uncover security flaws like SQL injection and cross-site scripting. With these tools at your disposal, you can apply your defenses and stay one step ahead of threats. Nessus plugins are written in Nessus Attacking Language, NASL, a custom language. Each plugin can either test for a specific vulnerability or perform an audit check. Remote plugins scan systems from a remote perspective, usually over the network. Local plugins require local access to the system being scanned. Web application plugins are specialized for scanning web applications for security flaws like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and other vulnerabilities. Nessus plugins updated is crucial for staying ahead of the curve in cybersecurity. Tenable regularly rolls out to ensure you're equipped to the latest vulnerabilities and security checks. It's not just about scans, it's about running effective scans. By frequently updating your plugin sets, you're ensuring that no critical vulnerability slips through the cracks. But what if you need to check for something specific? That's where customization comes in. You can write your own plugins in NASL, tailoring your scans to address unique vulnerabilities that might not be covered by the default set. When you run a scan, Nessus categorizes the findings by severity: critical, high, medium, low. This prioritization is key. It helps you focus on what needs immediate attention, allowing you to tackle the most pressing security issues first. So, stated, customize when necessary. Always keep an eye on those severity ratings. Your network depends on it. Frequency of Nessus plugins are regularly updated by Tenable, the Nessus, to include new vulnerabilities and security checks. This means Nessus users should frequently update their plugin sets to ensure that scans detect the latest vulnerabilities. Customization. Users can also write custom plugins in NASL if they want to check for specific vulnerabilities that are not covered by the default set of plugins. Plugin output. When running a scan, Nessus will provide output based on the plugins, categorizing the findings by severity: critical, high, medium, low, and informational. This helps prioritize which vulnerabilities to address first. When configuring Nessus, I dive right into selecting the specific vulnerabilities I want to target. It's fascinating how Nessus leverages its extensive collection of plugins to identify these vulnerabilities. These plugins are grouped into families, each tailored to different types of vulnerabilities or services. First, there are dedicated families for web servers, database servers, and operating systems. As a scan runs, Nessus automatically activates the relevant plugins, policies I've set, and the systems being scanned. This means I can focus on what matters most under the security posture of my environment, while Nessus does the heavy lifting. It's like having a specialized toolkit at my fingertips, ensuring that no stone is left unturned in the quest for security. During a scan, when you configure a scan in Nessus, you select the vulnerabilities you want to check for.
Nessus then uses its collection of plugins to scan for those vulnerabilities. Nessus groups plugins into families based on vulnerability or service. For example, there are plugin families for database servers, operating systems, etc. When running a scan, Nessus automatically runs applicable plugins selected to scan policies, systems being scanned.
When I run with Nessus, it's like sending a digital detective into the depths of my server. It checks for outdated software, leveraging specific plugins tailored for each version. If I'm running something ancient, Nessus will flag it immediately. It dives deeper, hunting for common vulnerabilities. Think open ports or weak SSH configurations. It's like having a security expert on speed dial, always on the lookout for missing patches that could leave my system exposed. Once the scan wraps up, I get a detailed report listing every vulnerability it found, complete with plugin IDs, descriptions, and severity levels. It's a powerful way to stay ahead of potential threats and keep my servers secure. If you run a scan against a server, Nessus will use plugins to check if the server is running outdated software. Check for common vulnerabilities like open ports, weak SSH configurations, or missing security patches, and report any vulnerabilities it finds, including the plugin ID, description, and severity. Plugins are the backbone of Nessus, transforming it into a powerful tool for security assessments. Each plugin is like a specialized detective, designed to dig deep into specific vulnerabilities across various systems. Imagine scanning your network and having a tailored report that highlights weaknesses, all thanks to this extensive library of plugins. With thousands of options at your fingertips, Nessus can adapt to any IT environment, whether it's a cloud setup, a traditional server, or even IoT devices. This flexibility means you're not just getting a one-size-fits-all solution. You're receiving a comprehensive vulnerability assessment as unique as your infrastructure. By leveraging these plugins, Nessus ensures that you're not just aware of potential threats, but are equipped to tackle them head-on. In the ever-evolving landscape for security, having such detailed insights is not just beneficial, it's essential for safeguarding your systems. Plugins are essential to the functionality of Nessus, to perform detailed and specific security checks on the systems you scan. By utilizing a wide range of plugins, Nessus is able to provide comprehensive vulnerability assessments for a variety of IT environments. When it comes to Nessus, scanning folders isn't its main game. This tool is all about diving into systems and services to uncover vulnerabilities. But don't underestimate its capabilities. While it's not designed specifically for file scanning, Nessus can still check for file system vulnerabilities and misconfigurations. Imagine being able to identify sensitive data exposure lurking in your directories. That's where Nessus shines. It can help you ensure that your configurations are secure and that your information isn't just sitting out in the open. So, while it may not be the go-to for folder scanning, it definitely has the tools to keep your system safe from potential threats. In Nessus, Scanning folders directly is not the primary focus, since Nessus is typically designed to scan networks, systems for vulnerabilities. However, if you are referring to scanning specific files, directories, or folder configurations on a system, Nessus capabilities to check for file system vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, or sensitive data exposure. Nessus is a powerful tool that dives deep into file and folder permissions on both Linux and Windows systems. Imagine this. It scans your directories and flags those with world-writable permissions, like open doors for anyone to stroll. Then, it identifies files with overly permissive access controls, which is a huge red flag. You wouldn't want accessible to just anyone, right? Nessus also highlights configurations that lack proper restrictions, ensuring that only authorized users can access critical files. By using Nessus, you're not just checking boxes. You're actively protecting your potential threats and keeping your data secure. It's like having a vigilant guard watching over your digital assets, ensuring they're safe from prying eyes. Nessus can check for vulnerabilities related to file and folder permissions on Linux or Windows. For example, it can identify directories with world-readable permissions, files that have overly permissive access controls, e.g., files that should be restricted to only certain users, and sensitive files or configurations that are accessible without the proper restrictions. Using custom Nessus plugins or scripts in NASL significantly enhance your vulnerability assessments. Imagine being able to tailor your scans to check specific folders or files that are critical to your security posture. You can write or modify a plugin to dig deep into a particular directory, ensuring that no unauthorized files are. For instance, you might want to search for sensitive configuration files or backup files that shouldn't be there. These could be potential gold mines for attackers. By creating a custom plugin, you can pinpoint specific file types or even search for certain content that might indicate a vulnerability. This level of customization not only streamlines your scanning process, but also empowers you to proactively manage your security risks. Dive into NASL and start plugins. Your security strategy will thank you. You can also use custom Nessus plugins or scripts in NASL, Nessus Attack scripting language, to check specific folders or files. For example, you can write or modify a plugin to search for a specific folder's contents, or check for files that shouldn't exist in certain directories. You could create a custom plugin to search for specific file types or contents that could represent vulnerabilities, such as certain configuration files or backup files. In a web application, one of the critical areas to focus on is the security of specific web server directories. Using Nessus, we can uncover vulnerabilities that could lead to serious breaches. For instance, secured file uploads are a major red flag. Imagine a user upload folder allowing .php or .exe files. This is an open invitation for attackers to execute this code. Next, let's talk about web server misconfigurations. If directory listing is enabled, it's like leaving the front door wide open. Give a peek into your sensitive files. And then there are insecure file permissions on web accessible folders. If these permissions are too lenient, unauthorized users could gain access to critical data or even modify files. By scanning these areas, we can proactively identify and mitigate risks, ensure web applications remain secure and resilient against potential threats. By scanning these areas, we can proactively identify and mitigate risks, ensuring our web applications remain secure and resilient against potential threats. When it comes to credentialed, it's crucial to remember that you need local access to the machine. Without the credentials, think SSH for Linux or SMB and WinRM for Windows, you're essentially locked out. Scanning folders for vulnerabilities like file permissions or sensitive data exposure? That's a no-go without those keys in hand. Now, if you're tackling a remote server through a network scan, the stakes change. Nessus can't dive into specific directories unless the necessary services, like SMB, FTP, or SSH, are exposed and you have the right access. It's all about ensuring you have the proper permissions to uncover those hidden vulnerabilities. So whether you're scanning locally or remotely, always check your access first. It's the difference between a thorough scan and a frustrating dead end. Remember that scanning folders for vulnerabilities like file permissions or sensitive data exposure is local access to the machine. This means you must have the proper credentials, SSH for Linux, SMB or WinRM for Windows, to perform such a scan. If you're scanning a remote server via a network scan, Nessus will be unable to scan the contents of specific directories unless the proper services, like SMB, FTP, SSH, are exposed and you have access. In Nessus, scanning folders directly isn't the norm, but when you enable credentialed scans, a whole new world opens up. Imagine being able to dive deep into folder and file permissions, uncovering misconfigurations that could leave your system vulnerable. With the right setup, you can identify sensitive or insecure files lurking in the shadows. It's all about enabling those credentialed scans and selecting the right file system plugins. If you have specific files or folders in mind, don't hesitate to write custom scripts to tailor your scan. This approach not only enhances your security posture, but also gives you a clearer picture of your environment. It's like having a magnifying glass for your file system, revealing what's really going on beneath the surface. In Nessus, scanning folders directly isn't a typical use case, but with credentialed scans, you can evaluate folder and file permissions, misconfigurations, and the presence of sensitive or insecure files. You may need to enable credentialed scanning and select appropriate file system plugins, or write custom scripts if you want to focus on specific files and folders. Nessus and scan is where the magic is. Unlike the basics, which sticks to pre-separations, the advanced scan lets your vulnerability assessment to your. You can adjust parameters like the scan, target select, and even the plugins you want to enable or disable. Want to focus on web applications? You can do that. Need to dig deeper into network configurations? No problem. You can set up credentials for authenticated scans, allowing you to uncover vulnerabilities that might be hidden from unauthenticated checks. Plus, you can schedule scans for optimal times, ensuring minimal disruption. With this flexibility, scan empowers you to pinpoint security weaknesses with precision, making your vulnerability management efforts far more effective. In Nessus, an advanced scan is where the real magic happens. Unlike the basic scan, which sticks to preset configurations, the advanced scan lets you tailor ability assessment to your specific needs. When advanced scanning, the power lies in the details. You can specify exact IP addresses, ranges, or even DNS names to target your scan precisely. Adding credentials allows for deeper insights into remote systems, unlocking a treasure trove of information, SSH or access. Customization is key. You can enable or disable specific ability plugins, honing in on your scan that you the aggressiveness of your scan, bring the checks and services to fit your needs. Adjusting scan is crucial too. You can decide how fast or slow the scan, balancing speed with accuracy, and even dictate how the results are presented. Want to focus on certain services? Exclude specific ports. And don't forget about scan types. Choose from network scans, web application scans, credential scans, or external scans to ensure you're targeting the right protocols. Finally, exclusions let you filter out specific vulnerabilities, or helping you avoid false positives and concentrate on what truly matters. Advanced scanning is all about precision and control. You can specify particular or ranges, subnets, and DNS names that you want to scan. In an advanced scan, you can configure authentication, credentials, for deeper scanning into remote systems like SSH or SMB credentials to get more detailed results. You can or disable scan on certain vulnerabilities or CV, common vulnerabilities and exposures. And allow you to configure scan policies, just controlling the aggressiveness of the scan, the types of checks performed, and the types of services scanned. You can adjust timing, how quickly or slowly the scan runs, perform speed over and preferences, how the results should be presented. Customize which ports to scan or specific from the scan. This is useful if you're targeting particular services or applications. You can select different types of scans like network scan, web application scan, credential scan, or external scan to focus specific targets or roles. Exclude specific vulnerabilities, services, or hosts from the scan to avoid false positives or to focus on particular areas. And scans, knowing what them is crucial. If you have specific vulnerabilities or services in mind, that's your cue to dive deeper. Targeting specifics, perfect for when you need to focus on a few critical within a larger network. Credential scans are a game changer, allowing you to authenticate access and uncover more accurate results. And forget about tuning. If you need your scan faster or more carefully, adjusting those settings prevent overwhelming your target network. Lastly, compliance are essential. Whether it's PCS or HIPAA, bring you specific requirements. Advanced scan toolkit for security in a complex landscape. When to use system needs. You need to focus on specific vulnerabilities or targeting specific hosts. You need a specific subset of a larger network or a few systems. Credentialed scans. For scanning with authenticated access to systems to get deeper, more accurate results. Performance tuning. If you need the scan or more carefully, i.e. overwhelming the target system. Compliance. You want to check for specific requirements such as PCI DSS or HIPAA. Advanced scans in Nessus are a game changer for security professionals. They offer customization, allowing us to target vulnerabilities with precision. Imagine being able to fine-tune the scanning process to match the unique needs of the environment. We can adjust settings to focus on high-risk areas, ensuring that no stone is left unturned. We can tailor the output to meet specific requirements, making it easier to communicate findings to stakeholders. Not only enhances our assessments, it also empowers us to prioritize remediation efforts effectively. In a world where threats are constantly changing, the ability to adapt an approach is robust security. Scans truly our team strategy. In summary, scan in Nessus allows greater customization of the scan test. Security professionals the flexibility to target specific vulnerabilities, fine-tune the behavior of the scan, and tailor the output for specific requirements. This helps conducting assessments to the environment and risks at hand. Is there something specific advanced scans you're interested in? I can go into it if you want. Advanced scans in Nessus are a game changer for security professionals. They offer unparalleled customization, allowing us to target specific vulnerabilities with precision. A host discovery scan in Nessus is like sending out a digital radar to find all the active devices on a network. Imagine it as the first step in a treasure hunt for vulnerabilities. By identifying which computers and devices are online, Nessus helps map out the entire network landscape. This process is crucial because it sets the stage for deeper vulnerability assessments later on. During this scan, Nessus doesn't dive into the nitty-gritty of vulnerabilities just yet. Instead, it simply checks which systems are responsive and ready for further investigation. It's all about gathering that essential intel. Think of it as laying the groundwork before you start digging for hidden risks. So, when you run a host discovery scan, you're not just scanning, you're building a blueprint of your network's defenses. A host discovery scan in Nessus refers to a process where the tool identifies active hosts, computers, devices, etc. on a network. This is typically the first step in vulnerability scanning, as it allows Nessus to gather information about the devices present on a network before scanning them for vulnerabilities. The main purpose of a host discovery scan is to map out the network and identify systems that are online and responsive. It doesn't perform in-depth vulnerability checks, but simply identifies which systems are available for further scanning. Host discovery in Nessus is a crucial step in understanding your network landscape. First, we kick things off with a ping sweep, sending out ICMP requests to see which devices respond. This gives us a quick snapshot of active hosts. Next up is port scanning, where Nessus checks for open or closed ports, revealing systems running specific services like web servers or databases. Then, we dive into service identification, pinpointing the types and versions of services operating on each host. Operating system fingerprinting follows, allowing Nessus to make educated guesses about the OS type and version based on the responses it receives. Finally, we have protocol detection, which identifies protocols in use, like HTTP or FTP. Once the host discovery scan wraps up, we're primed for a more detailed vulnerability scan on those identified devices, setting the stage for a robust security assessment. Key aspects of host discovery in Nessus include ping sweep, which uses ICMP, ping requests to check which devices on a network respond, port scanning, where Nessus can check if specific ports are open or closed, helping identify systems running particular services. Service identification, which may identify types of services and their versions running on a given host. Operating system fingerprinting, which can make educated guesses about the OS type and version based on the responses from the host. And protocol detection, which helps identify which protocols are being used by devices on the network. Once the host discovery scan is complete, you can move forward with a more detailed vulnerability scan on the identified devices. Host discovery is crucial in the security assessment. It's like having a map before you embark on a treasure hunt. By identifying active devices, we can focus our scanning efforts where they matter most, saving time and resources. Imagine running a scan on a non-existent host. Total waste. Plus, host discovery gives us a high-level overview of the network, allowing us to visualize all connected devices. This is essential for security. Every device counts. Overlooking even one could leave a vulnerability open, potentially compromising the entire network. So, whether I'm using Nessus for a thorough assessment or just curious about my environment, host discovery is the first step to ensuring a robust security posture. It's about knowing what's out there before diving deeper. Why is host discovery important? Efficiency. It narrows down the targets for more in-depth scanning, so Nessus doesn't waste time scanning non-existent or inactive hosts. Network mapping provides a high-level map of the devices in the network. Security helps in identifying all devices in the environment, which is crucial to ensure no device is overlooked during vulnerability assessments. Do you use Nessus for security assessments or just curious about your environment? When I use Nessus for a ping-only discovery scan, it's like sending a friendly wave to all the devices on my network. I'm not diving deep into their secrets. I'm simply checking who's awake and responsive. By sending out ICMP echo requests, I can quickly identify which hosts are online. This method is efficient and non-invasive, allowing me to map out my network without triggering alarms. It's a crucial first step in any security assessment, ensuring I know where my assets are before I consider any further probing. With just a few clicks, I can gather essential information without stepping on any toes. All about art and strategy in my to network security. In Nessus, when you choose to perform a ping-only discovery scan, the tool limits its scanning activity to only sending ICMP echo requests, ping, to the targets you've specified. This scan is specifically designed to determine which hosts are online and responsive on the network, without doing anything more invasive like port scanning or service detection. When I use Nessus for a ping-only discovery scan, it's like sending a friendly wave to all the devices on my network. I'm not diving deep into their secrets. I'm simply checking who's awake and responsive. When conducting a ping-only discovery scan, Nessus sends out a series of ICMP echo requests to each IP address in the target range. If a host responds, it's marked as alive, ready for further exploration. This scan is all about reachability. No ports or services are detected, keeping the focus sharp and straightforward. What's great about this method is its minimal network traffic. Since it only sends pings, it's lightweight and won't bog down the performance of the target systems. Plus, it executes quickly, making it an ideal choice when you need to confirm which hosts are active without diving deeper into the network. It's efficient, effective, and a smart first step in any scanning process. Details of the ping-only discovery scan. ICMP echo requests. Nessus sends a series of ping requests, ICMP echo requests, to each of the IP addresses in the target range. If the host responds, it is considered alive and available for further scanning. No ports or services detected. The ping-only scan doesn't attempt to determine open ports or the services running on those ports. It strictly checks if the host is reachable. Minimal network traffic. Since it's only sending pings, this scan is lightweight compared to more comprehensive scans, and it won't generate much network traffic or impact the performance of the target systems. Quick execution. Since it's only checking the availability of hosts, the scan completes quickly, making it a good option when you just need to confirm which hosts are alive without further scanning. When it comes to network discovery, using a ping-only scan is a game changer. It's perfect for quickly mapping out which devices are online in a subnet without the hassle of detailed scanning. Imagine you're about to launch a full vulnerability scan. A ping-only scan acts as your pre-screening tool, identifying which systems are actually available to be scanned. This saves you time and resources. And let's not forget about stealth operations. If you want to keep things low impact and avoid triggering alarms, a ping-only scan is your best friend. It's minimal, discreet, and won't disrupt the network. To perform ping-only scan in Nessus, simply create a new scan, select the ping-only option, and input your target subnet. Hit start and watch as Nessus identifies the live hosts without breaking a sweat. It's efficient, effective, and a smart way to kick off your network assessments. When to use ping-only. Network discovery. When you want to quickly map out which devices are online in a given subnet without any detailed scanning. Pre-screening. Before launching a full vulnerability scan, a ping-only scan can help identify which systems are available to be scanned. Low impact or stealth operations. If you want to keep the scan minimal, avoid triggering alarms or causing disruption on the network. How to perform a ping-only scan in Nessus. In Nessus, performing a ping-only scan is straightforward and incredibly useful. First, I select a new scan and choose the ping scan template, designed specifically for this purpose. Next, I configure the target IP range or specify individual hosts I want to check. Once that's set, I run the scan. Nessus sends out ping requests to determine the availability of those hosts without which is simple network mapping.
This method is particularly beneficial in sensitive or large-scale environments where I want to avoid any disruptions. So, whether I'm assessing a specific network or just experimenting with the tool, this scan gives me a quick snapshot of what's online without any fuss. In the Nessus interface, select a new scan. Choose the ping scan template, which is optimized for the ping-only discovery. Configure the scan's target IP range or specific hosts.
Run the scan, and Nessus will only check the availability of the hosts by sending ping requests. This type of scan is useful for simple network mapping, especially when you're working in a sensitive or large-scale environment and need to avoid causing disruptions. Would you be running this kind of scan on a specific network, or just exploring how it works? When I think of network security, the basic network scan template in Nessus comes to mind as a powerful tool. It's like having a digital detective at your fingertips, swiftly uncovering devices on your network. With just a few clicks, it dives deep into the infrastructure, identifying vulnerabilities that could be exploited by malicious actors. This scan is designed for speed and efficiency, making it perfect for a quick assessment. It checks for known vulnerabilities, ensuring that your devices are not just visible, but secure. Imagine the peace of mind knowing that your network is being actively monitored for potential threats. By leveraging the basic network scan, you're not just reacting to vulnerabilities, you're proactively safeguarding your digital environment. It's a crucial step in maintaining robust network security. In Nessus, the basic network scan template is one of the default scan options that performs a fundamental vulnerability assessment of a network. It is designed to quickly discover devices on a network and assess their security by identifying known vulnerabilities. Host discovery is a crucial step in network reconnaissance. It begins with a ping sweep, where I send ICMP echo requests across a target IP range. Imagine sending a friendly nudge to each device, asking, "Are you there?" If a device responds, I know it's alive and kicking, but I don't stop there. Once I've identified these live hosts, I dive deeper with port scanning. This involves probing common ports to uncover which services are open running. Each open port is like a door, revealing potential vulnerabilities or valuable services. By combining these techniques, I can map out the network landscape, identifying not just who's present, but also what they're offering. It's a blend of curiosity and strategy, laying the groundwork for deeper exploration into the digital realm. Host discovery is a crucial step in network reconnaissance. It begins with a ping sweep, where I send ICMP echo requests across a target IP range. Imagine sending a friendly nudge to each device, asking, "Are you there?" When it comes to securing our networks, vulnerability assessment is crucial, and that's where Nessus shines. Imagine Nessus as a vigilant watchdog, tirelessly scanning each host for vulnerabilities. It dives deep, comparing open ports and services against its extensive vulnerability database. It hunts for common issues like misconfigurations that could leave us exposed, outdated software that's begging for an update, and those pesky open ports that invite trouble. Weak protocols? Nessus spots them too, ensuring we're not leaving any backdoors open. By identifying these vulnerabilities, Nessus empowers us to take action before attackers can exploit them. It's not just about finding flaws. It's about fortifying our defenses and keeping our systems secure. In a world where threats are constantly evolving, having a tool like Nessus is not just smart, it's essential. Nessus checks each host for vulnerabilities based on its software and services by comparing the open ports and services with its extensive vulnerability database. It looks for common vulnerabilities like misconfigurations, outdated software, open ports, weak protocols, and more.
Service detection is a critical aspect of network security, and that's where Nessus shines. Imagine scanning your network and uncovering every running service on open ports, HTTP, FTP, SSH, name it. Nessus doesn't just stop at identification. It digs deeper, revealing the exact version of each service. This is crucial because outdated versions can harbor vulnerabilities that hackers love to exploit.
By cross-referencing these versions against a vast database of known vulnerabilities, Nessus helps you pinpoint potential risks before they become a problem. It's like having a security expert on your team, tirelessly working to ensure your network remains secure. With this level of insight, you can take proactive measures, patch vulnerabilities, and fortify your defenses. In the world of cybersecurity, knowledge is power, and Nessus gives you that power right at your fingertips. Nessus detects and identifies running services like HTTP, FTP, SSH, etc. on open ports. It may provide details on the version of the service or application and cross-check it against known vulnerabilities. Vulnerability scanning is like having a digital health check for your systems. Imagine it probing for weaknesses in your SSL TLS configurations, sniffing out outdated software that's just begging to be exploited. It's not just about finding issues, it's about understanding their severity. A critical vulnerability could mean a breach is just on the corner, while a low one might be a minor annoyance. Each finding is reported with a clear severity score, helping you prioritize what needs immediate attention. By addressing these vulnerabilities, you're not just patching holes, you're fortifying your defenses against potential attacks. In a world where cyber threats are constantly evolving, staying ahead with regular scans is essential for safeguarding your digital assets. The scan checks for specific known vulnerabilities in services like SSL, TLS weaknesses, outdated software with known exploits, or improperly configured services. We'll report these findings and assign a severity score: critical, high, medium, low. When conducting a network scan, it's not just about hunting for vulnerabilities. It's also about gathering essential information about the devices connected to the network. Picture this: you're identifying device types, routers, servers, workstations, each playing a unique role in the network ecosystem. Then there's the operating system. When it's identifiable, it reveals a lot about devices' capabilities and potential weaknesses. But we don't stop there. Version numbers for services and software are crucial. They tell us if a device is running outdated software, which can be a goldmine for attackers. By piecing together this information, we create a clearer picture of the network landscape, allowing us to fortify defenses and ensure everything is running smoothly. It's like being a detective in the digital world, uncovering the secrets that keep our networks secure. In addition to vulnerabilities, the scan also gathers basic information about the device on the network, such as device type, e.g., router, server, workstation, operating system, when identifiable, and version numbers for services and software. Setting up a basic network scan is a breeze. You don't need to be a tech wizard to get started. Just a few clicks and you're ready to go. This makes it perfect for beginners or anyone who needs a quick check on their network. While it's lightweight and doesn't dive deep like an authenticated scan, it's still incredibly useful for a high-level vulnerability assessment. Think of it as your first line of defense. Common use cases? Routine network audits, checking for open ports, and ensuring there are no glaring vulnerabilities lurking around. It's like a quick health check for your network, giving you peace of mind without the complexity. So, if you want to keep your network secure without the hassle, a basic scan is your go-to tool. Key features of a basic network scan include quick setup, as the scan is easy to configure and doesn't require advanced settings, making it ideal for beginners or for quick checks. It's lightweight. It doesn't do in-depth checks like an authenticated scan, which requires credentials for more thorough analysis, but it is useful for high-level vulnerability assessment. Common use cases include routine network audits, identifying open ports, and ensuring no glaring vulnerabilities are present in a network. Setting up a basic network scan is a breeze. You don't need to be a tech wizard to get started. Just a few clicks and you're ready to go. This makes it perfect for beginners or anyone who needs a quick check on their network. When evaluating the security of a network, a basic network scan is your go-to tool. It's perfect for an initial assessment, giving you a clear snapshot of your network's vulnerabilities. Think of it as a health checkup for your digital environment. Routine scanning is essential too. It helps you stay on top of any changes, catching new vulnerabilities as they pop up in the Nessus database. This proactive approach keeps your defenses sharp. For small to medium networks, a basic network scan is often all you need. It quickly identifies major risks without overwhelming you with unnecessary details. It's efficient, effective, and a smart first step in your security strategy. Trust me, it's a game changer for maintaining a secure network. When to use basic network scan. Initial network assessment. If you're just starting to evaluate the security of a network, a basic network scan provides a good starting point. Routine scanning. It's great for periodic scans to monitor changes in the network or catch any new vulnerabilities that have been added to the Nessus database. Small to medium networks. Ideal for scanning small to medium-sized networks where a quick basic scan is sufficient for identifying major risks. Configuring your scan is straightforward. First, specify the IP addresses or ranges you want to target. This step is crucial. It defines the scope of your scan. Next, let's talk about scan settings. For a basic scan, you typically won't need to tweak many advanced options. However, you might want to enable DNS resolution for better accuracy or adjust timeouts if you're scanning a larger network. Once the scan is complete, you'll see the results categorized by severity. This will include details on affected devices, software versions, and, importantly, remediation advice. Understanding these results is key to strengthening your network security. Targets. Specify the IP addresses or IP ranges you want to scan. Scan settings. Typically, you don't need to adjust many advanced settings for a basic scan. You can choose to enable, disable certain features like DNS resolution or set timeouts if necessary. Scan results. The results will show a list of vulnerabilities categorized by severity, along with details like affected devices, software versions, and remediation advice. Credential validation scanning in Nessus is a game changer for understanding your system's security. By using valid usernames and passwords, Nessus can dive deep into the target systems, revealing vulnerabilities that a network scan might miss. Imagine having the keys to the kingdom. Once logged in, Nessus can perform thorough checks, uncover weaknesses and misconfigurations that could be exploited by attackers. This level is crucial for security posture. It's like having a security expert inside your system, meticulously examining every nook and cranny. So, if you want to truly fortify your credential validations go. It's not just about finding vulnerabilities. It's about understanding your environment and taking proactive steps to it. Credential validation scanning in Nessus refers to the practice of using system credentials, such as user password, during a vulnerability scan to get a deep, more accurate understanding of the security posture target system. Credentials log into the target system and perform in-depth checks, often discovering vulnerabilities that would not be visible in a basic network scan. Comes scanning, understanding the difference between credentialed and non-credentialed scan is crucial. A non-credentialed scan is seen through the key. It only removes vulnerabilities visible from the outside. Think open and exposed services. While it's useful, the findings can be pretty searchable. On the other hand, a credentialed scan is like having the keys to the door. Valid like Nessus can dive into the system, checking files, configuration, and hidden vulnerabilities that a non-credentialed scan has. This gets a comprehensive view of security posture. In short, if you want to truly understand your system vulnerabilities, a credentialed scan is the way to go. It's all about getting the full picture to better protect your assets. Non-credentialed scan. This type of scan doesn't have access to the target system. It only detects vulnerabilities that are exposed on the network, ports, services, etc. The findings are often less comprehensive. Credential scan. Nessus can log into the target system and perform more detailed checks. This enables scan for vulnerabilities in files, configurations, services, and other credential is change management. It dives deep into your systems, uncovering issues that are often hidden from the outside world. Think misconfigurations, outdated patches, and insecure files. These vulnerabilities can be detected under specific conditions, like user privileges or sensitive files being present. With credentialed scans, we get precise detection during these critical threats. Plus, they significantly reduce false positives. Unlike scans that often flag conditions as vulnerabilities, scans have actual access, leading to more reliable results. And let's not forget the detailed insights they provide. Weak file permissions, missing patches, in short, credentialed comprehensive coverage and accuracy, making it an essential tool for robust security. Credentialed scans can find vulnerabilities that aren't visible inside, such as misconfigurations, outdated patches, and your files. Some vulnerabilities might only manifest when certain conditions are met, such as specific user privileges or the access of sensitive files. Credentialed scan detect precisely. Since this actual active system, it is the likelihood of flagging harmless configurations as vulnerability, which is common in non-credentialed. It can also identify things like weak file permissions, missing patches, and certain security misconfigurations can be difficult or impossible to find remotely. Setting up Nessus for effective vulnerability assessments. Gather your credentials. For Windows, you need to administer local user credentials. Linux or root access or a user with sudo permissions is essential. Don't SSH Unix, Linux, SDEC, or Windows systems. Next, spin to Nessus and navigate to your scan policy. Under the Credentials tab, you'll get the necessary credentials. For Windows, input the domain, username, and password, or set up an SMB share. Now, let's do settings. Ensure sudo permissions for Linux Unix systems so Nessus can perform privileged operations. For Windows, local administrator privileges or domain apps are vital, especially in Active Directory environments. Once everything is ready to run the scan, Nessus will authenticate and conduct the credentialed scan, giving you deeper insight. It's that simple. Here's how to configure a credentialed scan in Nessus. You need valid credentials for the systems you're scanning. This typically involves Windows, administrator or local user credentials, Linux, Unix, root or credentials with sudo permissions. H keys for Unix or Linux systems. Windows. Navigate scan policy. Under the tab, find options configuring for different system. For Windows, enter use and or provide an SMB share. Enter SSH credentials for appropriate access privileges. You may have to adjust additional settings such as sudo permissions for Unix systems, so Nessus operations. Or domain admin for active environments. Once credentials are configured, you can run the scan as you normally would. Nessus will authenticate with the system to perform the credentialed scan. When it comes to privacy and security, using secure methods for storing and handling credentials is crucial. Consider leveraging the Nessus feature and sensitive information safe. Now, let's talk about target system permissions. It's vital that the credentials you provide have enough access for Nessus to gather all necessary information, but don't go overboard. Avoid granting unnecessary privileges. Keep in mind that credentialed scans can take longer than non-credentialed ones because they dive deeper into checks. A common pitfall: incorrect credentials. If Nessus can't authenticate, either fail or yield limited results. So check your username and password. Ensure that your target firewall or security settings aren't blocking Nessus's authentication attempts. Lastly, if it lacks sufficient privileges, you might miss out on reading protected files or identifying specific abilities. Stay vigilant and scan smart. In Nessus, plugins are the heartbeat of vulnerability assessments. Imagine each plugin as a specialized detective, meticulously scanning your systems for hidden threats. Each one is a pre-written check designed to probe specific services, operating systems, applications, or devices. They're like a security team that never sleeps, constantly updated to tackle the latest vulnerabilities and emerging threats. This means that as cyber risks evolve, so do these plugins, ensuring your defenses are always one step ahead. By leveraging this powerful tool, you can identify weaknesses become a problem, keeping your digital environment secure and resilient. It's all about being proactive in a world where vulnerabilities can emerge at any moment. In Nessus, plugins are the core components used to perform vulnerability assessments. Each plugin in Nessus is a pre-written check that scans a specific service, system, application, or device for known vulnerabilities. These plugins are regularly updated to keep up with the latest threats and vulnerabilities. When it comes to Nessus plugins, they're categorized based on the type of checks they perform, and each type plays a crucial role in maintaining security. First up, we have security vulnerability scans. These plugins are like vigilant watchdogs, identifying known vulnerabilities in services and software. Think missing patches or weak configurations. Then we dive into compliance audits, where plugins ensure systems meet standards like PCI DSS or HIPAA, keeping businesses in line with regulations. Next, we have malware detection plugins, which are essential for spotting specific malware or indicators of compromise, like having a digital detective on your team. Configuration audits follow, checking for insecure or misconfigured services that could leave doors wide open for attackers. Finally, information gathering plugins collect vital data about the host, revealing open ports, operating systems, and run services. Each plugin type is a piece of the puzzle, working together to fortify our defenses and keep our system secure. Plugins in Nessus are categorized based on the type of check they perform. Security vulnerability scans. These check for known vulnerabilities in services, software, and systems, such as missing patches, weak configurations, and outdated versions. Compliance audits. Some plugins verify whether systems meet certain compliance standards, like PCI DSS, HIPAA, etc. Malware detection. These check for specific types of malware or indicators of compromise. Configuration audits. Check for insecure or misconfigured services. Information gathering. Plugins that collect basic information about the host, such as open ports, operating systems, and services running. Nessus plugins are fascinating tools that help us identify vulnerabilities in various systems. They're organized into families like Windows, Unix, and web servers, which makes it easier for the scanner to target specific environments. Each plugin is linked to a CVE, or common vulnerabilities and exposures, allowing it to test for known exploits. This means when a vulnerability is discovered, Nessus assigns a unique plugin ID, like 1001 or 2500, to track it. This systematic approach not only streamlines the scanning process, but also ensures that we're addressing the most critical security issues effectively. Understanding how these plugins work is key to maintaining robust cybersecurity. Nessus plugins are grouped into families, e.g., Windows, Unix, web servers. This grouping allows the scanner to target specific systems or software more effectively. Each plugin is linked to a CVE, common vulnerabilities and exposures, or another vulnerability database that will test for exploits associated with that vulnerability.
Each plugin has a unique identifier, e.g., 1000001, 200500, and when vulnerabilities are discovered, Nessus assigns the results to these IDs. Nessus plugins are fast tools that help us identify vulnerabilities in various systems. They're organized into families like Windows, Unix, and web servers, which makes it easier for the scanner to target specific environments. Each plugin is linked to a CV or common vulnerabilities and exposures, allowing it to test for known exploits.
Nessus is a powerful tool in the cybersecurity landscape, constantly evolving to keep pace with emerging threats. One of its standout features is the regular updates to its plugins. These updates are crucial. They provide new checks for vulnerabilities as they are discovered, ensuring that your security posture remains robust. Imagine having a security team that works around the clock, tirelessly identifying the latest risks. That's what these plugin updates do for you. By simply hitting the Update Plugins button in the user interface, you can manually refresh your defenses. It's quick, it's easy, and it's essential. Staying ahead of potential threats means you can focus on what really matters, protecting your assets and maintaining trust. So, make it a habit to check for those updates regularly. It's a small step that can make a huge difference in your security strategy. Nessus regularly updates its plugins with new checks for vulnerabilities as they are discovered. These updates ensure that Nessus is up to date with the latest security threats. You can manually update plugins in Nessus via the Update Plugins button in the UI. When it comes to securing systems, understanding common plugin families in Nessus is crucial. First up, we have Windows plugins, designed specifically to scan for vulnerabilities in Windows operating systems. Then, there are Unix plugins, which cover a range of Unix-based systems like Linux, macOS, and BSD. Web servers are next on the list, with plugins that identify vulnerabilities in popular software like Apache, Nginx, and IIS. Databases also need attention, and Nessus has plugins to check for weaknesses in MySQL, PostgreSQL, and Oracle. Don't overlook SNMP vulnerabilities. Nessus scans for issues related to the Simple Network Management Protocol. SSH is another critical area, where plugins assess the security of the SSH service. Finally, web application scanning dives deep into vulnerabilities like SQL injection and cross-site scripting, while exploit plugins specifically test for known exploits that could compromise your systems. Each of these families plays a vital role in maintaining robust security. Common plugin families. Here are some common plugin families used in Nessus. Windows. Plugins to scan Windows operating systems for known vulnerabilities. Unix. Plugins for Unix-based systems, Linux, macOS, BSD, etc. Web servers. Scans for vulnerabilities in web server software such as Apache, Nginx, IIS, etc. Databases. Checks for vulnerabilities in databases like MySQL, PostgreSQL, Oracle, etc. SNMP. Scans for vulnerabilities related to the Simple Network Management Protocol, SNMP. SSH. Checks for issues related to the SSH service. Web application scanning includes vulnerabilities like SQL injection, cross-site scripting, XSS, etc. Exploit-specific plugins to test for known exploits that may lead to system compromise. Managing plugins is a game changer when it comes to vulnerability scanning. By enabling or disabling specific plugins, I can tailor my scans to focus on the systems or vulnerabilities that matter most. This fine-tuning is crucial for effective security assessments. For those of us who like to dive deeper, Nessus offers a plugin development framework that lets advanced users create custom plugins or tweak existing ones. This flexibility means I can adapt the tool to my unique needs. After running a scan, the output is incredibly informative. It not only tells me if a vulnerability exists, but also rates its severity, provides a detailed description, and sometimes even shares exploitability insights. This level of detail empowers me to prioritize my remediation efforts effectively. You can enable or disable specific plugins based on your scanning requirements. This allows you to fine-tune your scan for specific systems or types of vulnerabilities. Advanced users can write their own custom plugins or modify existing ones using Nessus Plugin Development Framework. The results of a plugin run will show whether the vulnerability exists, the severity of the issue, a description of the issue, and sometimes even the exploitability details. Writing custom plugins in Nessus using NASL opens up a world of possibilities for vulnerability testing. Imagine needing to check for a specific vulnerability that Nessus doesn't cover. That's where NASL comes in. With its straightforward syntax, you can craft scripts tailored to your unique security needs. Let's say you want to identify a misconfiguration in a web server. You can write a NASL script that checks for specific settings, ensuring your environment is secure. The beauty of NASL is its flexibility. You can create checks for anything from outdated software to custom application vulnerabilities. By leveraging NASL, you not only enhance your scanning capabilities, but also gain deeper insights into your network security posture. Custom plugins empower you to stay one step ahead of potential threats, making your vulnerability management strategy more robust and effective. Dive into NASL and unlock the true potential of Nessus for your security needs. Nessus allows for the development of custom plugins using NASL, which is a language designed for vulnerability testing. Custom plugins are typically used when Nessus does not provide an existing plugin for a specific check, or when you want to create a unique scan for a particular vulnerability or configuration issue. Custom scripts can be written using NASL to create checks for specific vulnerabilities or requirements that are not covered by default plugins. When it comes to vulnerability, an advanced scan in Nessus is a game changer. It's about running a basic scan. It's about tailoring the process to fit your unique security needs. With advanced options, you can customize parameters like scan intensity, target specificity, and even the types of vulnerabilities you want to focus on. This level of control means you can dive deeper into your network, covering hidden risks that standard scans might miss. Plus, you can integrate these scans seamlessly into your existing security workflows, ensuring that every vulnerability is addressed in real time. By fine-tuning your scans, just identifying issues, you're enhancing your overall security posture and making informed decisions that protect your organization. Advanced scanning in Nessus empowers you to take charge of your security strategy like never before. An advanced scan in Nessus allows you to customize your vulnerability scans with additional options and configurations to meet specific security testing needs. Advanced scanning options let you fine-tune the behavior of your Nessus scans, allowing for deeper analysis, more control over the scan parameters, and better integration with your security processes. To create an advanced scan in Nessus, first, I log in with my credentials. Once I'm in, I navigate to the Scan section on the left sidebar. It's time to create a new scan, so I click on the New Scan button at the top right. Now, I'm presented with several templates to choose from. For maximum flexibility, I opt for the Advanced Scan template. This gives me the freedom to customize settings according to my needs. If I want something simpler, I could go for the basic network scan, but today I'm focused on thoroughness. If my target is a web application, I'd select the Web Application Tests template. Each option offers unique features tailored to different scanning needs, ensuring I can effectively identify vulnerabilities. To begin creating an advanced scan, follow these steps. Log into Nessus. Open Nessus and log in with your credentials. Navigate to Scans. From the left-hand sidebar, select Scans. Create a new scan. Click on New Scan button at the top right. Choose Scan Template. From the available templates, choose an appropriate one. For an advanced scan, you might want to choose templates such as Advanced Scan, provides the most flexibility for customization. Basic Network. Scan, simpler, but allows some configuration. Web Application Tests, specific to web application vulnerability scanning. When diving into advanced scans, the first step is configuring your scan settings. Start with a meaningful scan name. This helps keep your projects organized and clear. Next, consider adding a description to outline the scan's purpose. This can be a game changer when you revisit your work later. Now let's talk targets. Specify the IP addresses, host names, and entire IP ranges you want to focus on. This precision is crucial for effective scanning. Then, you'll select your scan type. Are you looking for a simple ping scan to discover hosts, or perhaps a credentialed scan to dig deeper into systems using valid credentials? Each option has its strengths, so choose wisely based on your objectives. These configurations set the stage for a successful scan, ensuring you get the most relevant data for your analysis. After choosing a scan template, you'll configure various settings in the scan configuration page. Here are some key options you can customize. Scan name. Provide a meaningful name for the scan. Description. Optional field to describe the scan's purpose or focus. Targets. Specify the IP addresses, host names, or IP ranges you want to scan. Scan type. Choose between options like ping scan for host discovery, credentialed scan to scan deeper into systems with valid credentials, or non-credentialed scan. When it comes to credentialed scanning, leveraging the right credentials can make all the difference. For Windows hosts, providing administrative credentials allows for a deeper dive into the system, uncovering vulnerabilities that a standard scan might miss. Think of it as having the keys to the kingdom, accessing sensitive areas and configurations that need attention. Now, shifting gears to Unix systems, SSH or pseudo-credentials serve a similar purpose. With these elevated privileges, you can explore the intricacies of Unix-based environments, ensuring that no stone is left unturned in your security assessment. And let's not forget about application credentials. Configuring these for databases or web applications enables targeted vulnerability checks, honing in on specific areas that could be exploited. It's like having a magnifying glass for your security posture, revealing weaknesses that could otherwise go unnoticed. Credentialed scanning is not just about access, it's about empowerment in the fight against vulnerabilities. Credentialed scanning allows you to specify administrative credentials to log in and perform a more detailed scan for Windows hosts. Similar to Windows credentials, this allows you to provide SSH or pseudo credentials to scan Unix-based systems with higher privileges. This is where you can configure application-level credentials to check for vulnerabilities in a more specific way. When it comes to credentialed scanning, leveraging the right credentials can make all the difference. For Windows hosts, providing administrative credentials allows for a deeper dive into the system, uncovering vulnerabilities that a standard scan might miss. Think of it as having the keys to the kingdom, accessing sensitive areas and configurations that need attention. Port scanning is a step in network security, and with Nessus, you have a powerful tool at your fingertips. By default, Nessus scans the most common ports, but why stop there? You can use your scan to cover all ports or focus on specific ranges like 124 or even 8080, 8081. This flexibility allows you to tailor your security assessments to your unique environment. When it comes to the type of scan you have, choose TCP for a thorough examination of connection-oriented services, or opt for UDP if you need to check for vulnerabilities in connectionless protocols. Want a deeper dive? Go for the aggressive scan. It's more thorough but will take longer. If speed is priority, the lightweight scan gets the job done quickly, miss some details. Understanding these options empowers you to enhance your network security effectively. Port scanning is a crucial step in network security, and with Nessus, you have a powerful tool at your fingertips. By default, Nessus scans the most common ports, but why stop there? You can customize your scan to cover all ports or focus on specific ranges like 110.24 or even 80.80 or 80.81. Scheduling scans is crucial for maintaining system integrity. You can set them to run weekly or monthly, ensuring regular checks without mantention. But what about speed? You have options ranging from slow to massive. While faster scans can save time, they might be intrusive, potentially impacting performance. And if a scan drags on too long, you can set a timeout to automatically halt it, preventing unnecessary strain on your resources. Plus, with rate limiting, you can control the number of simultaneous connections, easing the load on your network and target systems. Balancing these settings is key to effective scanning without compromising performance. You can schedule the scan to run at specific intervals, like weekly or monthly. Control the aggressiveness of the scan using options like slow, normal, aggressive, and very aggressive. Higher aggressiveness leads to faster scans, but it can be more intrusive and potentially affect the target system's performance. Control the duration of the scan. If the scan takes too long, you can set a timeout to stop the scan automatically. You can limit the number of simultaneous connections, which can help reduce the load on your network or the target systems. When it comes to reporting settings, customization is key. First, let's talk about severity levels. You can filter vulnerabilities based on their severity, critical, high, medium, or low, ensuring you focus on what truly matters. Next up is output format. Whether you prefer HTML for easy viewing, PDF for sharing, CSV for data analysis, or XML for integration, the choice is yours. This flexibility allows you to consume and share scan results in a way that suits your workflow. Finally, consider what to include or exclude in your reports. Do you want a detailed look at open ports or just a summary? Tailoring these elements means you get the insights you need without the clutter. Customizing your report settings transforms data into actionable intelligence, making your security efforts more effective and efficient. When it comes to reporting settings, customization is key. First, let's talk about severity levels. You can filter vulnerabilities based on their severity, critical, high, medium, or low, ensuring you focus on what truly matters. When it comes to scanning, choosing between active and passive methods is crucial. Active scanning is like sending out a search party, probing ports and services directly to uncover vulnerabilities. On the other hand, passive scanning is more like eavesdropping on network, providing insights without raising alarms. For web applications, enabling authentication is key. It allows you to dive deeper into secured areas, ensuring no vulnerabilities are overlooked. Crawling the website first is also a smart move. It maps out all available pages, giving you a comprehensive view before the actual scan begins. And don't forget compliance checks. Nessus makes it easy to ensure your systems meet standards like PCI DSS or HIPAA. By selecting predefined checks, you can quickly assess your compliance posture, making sure you're not just secure, but also meeting regulatory requirements. Scanning isn't just about finding flaws. It's about fortifying your defenses and staying compliant. Additional advanced options. Active versus passive scanning. Choose whether the scan should be active, actively probing ports and services, or passive, analyzing traffic or minimal probing. Web application tests. If you are scanning web applications, you can enable authentication for certain web apps or crawl the website to identify all available pages before scanning. Scan for compliance. You can use Nessus to check compliance against various standards like PCI DSS, HIPAA, etc., by selecting predefined checks that map to those standards. After configuring my scan, I hit the Save or Launch button, and just like that, the scan kicks off. I can watch the progress in real time under the Scan section, which is pretty exciting. Once it wraps up, I'm greeted with a treasure trove of results. Each vulnerability is categorized by severity, critical, high, medium, low, or info, making it easy to prioritize my next steps. Nessus doesn't stop there. It dives deep into CVE details, giving me a description and links to further resources. And the best part? For every vulnerability, I get tailored recommendations for remediation or links to patches. It's like having a personal security advisor right at my fingertips, guiding me through the maze of vulnerabilities. After configuring your scan, you can click the Save or Launch button to initiate the scan. The scan will begin, and you'll be able to monitor its progress in real time. While the scan is running, you can view the scan's progress under the Scan section. After the scan completes, the results will be displayed with detailed information on vulnerabilities found, including severity. Each vulnerability is categorized as critical, high, medium, low, or info. CVE. Details. Nessus provides information on the vulnerability's CVE, description, and links to further resources. Recommendations. For each vulnerability, Nessus will provide remediation advice or links to patch information. Once the scan is complete, take action. First, I export the reports in my preferred format: PDF, CSV, or XML. Whatever suits my analysis needs best. This gives me a clear view of vulnerabilities that need attention. Next, I create remediation tickets. If I'm using Nessus alongside a vulnerability management system, generating tickets based on scan results streamlines the process of addressing these issues. It's all about making sure nothing slips through the cracks. After patching or mitigating the vulnerabilities, I rescan the system. This step is crucial. It verifies that the issues have been resolved and ensures my environment is secure. Each of these actions plays a vital role in maintaining robust security. Once the scan is complete, it's time to take action. When treating advanced scan performance issues, the first thing to consider is scan speed. If your scan is dragging or causing network hiccups, adjusting the speed or reducing the number of concurrent connections, it can make a world of difference.
Now let's talk about false positives. Sometimes throw a curveball with inaccurate findings. Always review the results and cross-check them with manual tests or other tools. It's crucial you're not chasing shadows. And if you encounter credentialed skiers, don't panic.
Double-check the credentials you provided. Make sure the target system supports the authentication method you're using. A little diligence here can save you a lot of headaches down the line. Remember, a smooth scan is all about the details. Advanced scans offer a treasure trove of benefits that can elevate your vulnerability management program. First, credentialed scanning dives deep, giving you unparalleled visibility into your systems and services. It's like having a backstage pass to your network. Then there's customizability. By enabling or disabling plugins, you can tailor scans to target critical areas, eliminating unnecessary noise. Performance tuning is another game changer. Adjusting scan aggressiveness and resource consumption ensures your scans run smoothly without hogging resources. Finally, comprehensive reporting lets you customize formats and content to different stakeholders, from network admins to security officers. With these advanced options, you can fine-tune your Nessus scans, making them perfectly aligned with your network's unique needs. This is how you enhance your vulnerability management strategy effectively. Testing. Credentialed scan provides deeper visibility into the systems and services. Customizability. You can enable or disable plugins based on specific goals, reducing unnecessary scans and focusing on critical areas. Performance. The ability to adjust scan aggressiveness and resource consumption helps optimize performance. Comprehensive reporting. Customize the report format and contents to meet the needs of different stakeholders, such as network admins and security officers. With these advanced options, you can tune your Nessus scans to fit your network's specific needs, enhancing the effectiveness of your vulnerability management program. A dynamic scan in Nessus is like having a security expert actively probing your system in real time. Imagine it as a simulated attack, where the scanner interacts with your live environment to uncover vulnerabilities that static scans might miss. It's not just about checking for known weaknesses. It's about testing how your system reacts under pressure. This scan can exploit vulnerabilities, revealing how an attack can gain access or disrupt operations. By mimicking real-world attack scenarios, dynamic scans provide invaluable insights into your security posture, helping you fortify defenses before a real threat emerges. It's proactive, it's thorough, and it's essential for anyone serious about cybersecurity. A dynamic scan in Nessus refers to a type of vulnerability scan that tests a system or application in real time to discover vulnerabilities and security weaknesses. This type of scan goes beyond just checking for static vulnerabilities by interacting with the live environment, often simulating attacks or exploiting vulnerabilities in real time to see how a system behaves under attack. Here's a deeper dive into what a dynamic scan in Nessus entails. Active testing is a game changer in vulnerability assessment. Unlike static scans that merely check configurations and known vulnerabilities, dynamic scans with Nessus dive deep into the system. Imagine Nessus actively probing, sending various types of traffic, and simulating real-world attacks. It's like having a virtual hacker on your side, attempting exploits like SQL injection or cross-site scripting. This hands-on approach reveals vulnerabilities that could be exploited in real time, providing a clearer picture of your security posture. By engaging directly with the target systems, Nessus uncovers hidden weaknesses that static scans might miss, ensuring you're not just aware of potential threats, but ready to defend against them. Dynamic scans involve Nessus actively probing the systems by sending different types of traffic or interactions that could exploit vulnerabilities. This is in contrast to a static or passive scan, where Nessus mainly checks configurations and known vulnerabilities without actively engaging the target systems. This means the scanner might attempt exploits, input manipulation, e.g., SQL injection, XSS, and other real-time attack simulations to identify vulnerabilities that could be actively exploited. Active testing is a game changer in vulnerability assessment. Unlike static scans that merely check configuration vulnerabilities, dynamic scans with Nessus dive deep into the system. Imagine Nessus actively probing, sending various types of traffic, and simulating real-world attacks. Testing live is like stepping into a high-stakes game where every move counts. Like static scans that redefine checks, dynamic scans mimic real-world attack patterns, putting systems to the test in real time. Imagine probing a system while it's actively processed. This magic happens. Vulnerabilities that remain hidden in static checks often reveal themselves only when the system is under pressure or interacting with inputs. It's a dance of discovery, where each interaction can uncover weaknesses. This approach not only enhances security, but also prepares systems for the unpredictable nature of real-world threats. In the end, it's about understanding how a system reacts under fire, ensuring we're all a step ahead of potential attack. Unlike static scans, which often rely on predefined checks or configuration data, dynamic scans simulate real attack patterns and analyze how a system reacts.
This can reveal vulnerabilities that are only exposed during or under specific conditions. Testing live systems is like stepping stakes game where every move counts. Unlike static scans that rely on predefined checks, dynamic scans mimic real-world attack patterns, putting systems to the test in real time. Imagine probing a system while it's actively processing requests. This is where the magic happens.
Dynamic scanning is a game changer for identifying vulnerabilities in web applications and APIs. Imagine navigating through an application, submitting forms, and interacting with databases. This is where hidden flaws often lurk. Tools like Nessus excel at this, performing targeted scans that uncover critical issues like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, and remote code execution. These vulnerabilities can be devastating if exploited, but with dynamic scanning, we can catch them in action. It's like having a security guard who doesn't just stand at the door, but actively checks every corner of the system while it's in use. By simulating real user interactions, Nessus reveals security flaws that static scans might miss, ensuring that our applications are not just functional, but secure. This proactive approach is essential in today's threat landscape, where every click could lead to a breach. Dynamic scanning is particularly useful for web applications, APIs, and other services where interactions with the application layer can expose hidden vulnerabilities. Nessus can perform specific dynamic web application scans for things like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, remote code execution, and other security flaws that only appear when the system is actively used. Authentication is a game changer for dynamic scans. When we log in with valid credentials, think username and password or API keys, we're stepping into the shoes of an attacker who already has access. This is where the magic happens. By authenticating, Nessus can dig deeper, probing for privilege escalation opportunities, testing for weak passwords, and uncovering misconfigurations that could be exploited. Dynamic scans don't just stop at surface. They dive into services that require user authentication or specific roles. This means we can identify vulnerabilities that would otherwise remain hidden. Imagine the insights we gain by simulating real-world scenarios where attackers have legitimate access. It's all about understanding the risks and fortifying our defenses. So, when it comes to security, never underestimate the power of authentication in revealing the full picture. Many dynamic scans require authentication, e.g., username, password, or API keys, to log into the system. By authenticating, Nessus can simulate an attacker who is logged in with valid credentials and try to escalate privileges, test for weak passwords, or exploit misconfigurations. Dynamic scans can also test for vulnerabilities in services that require user authentication or specific roles. Dynamic scans are revolutionizing the way we interact with systems, leveraging a range of protocols and technologies. Take Nessus, for instance. It doesn't just stop at identifying vulnerabilities. It dives deep into port scanning and service enumeration to uncover open ports and the services running on them. But that's just the beginning. It probes web servers and applications, hunting for dynamic security flaws. Think session management issues or server misconfigurations that could leave a door wide open for attackers. And let's not forget the simulation of real-world attacks. Imagine brute force login attempts or orchestrating denial of service conditions to test a system's resilience. This proactive approach not only identifies weaknesses, but also fortifies defenses, ensuring that our digital landscapes remain secure in an ever-evolving threat landscape. Dynamic scans can interact with systems using a variety of protocols and technologies. For example, Nessus might perform port scanning and service enumeration to discover open ports and services. Probe web servers and web applications for dynamic security flaws like session management issues or server misconfigurations. Simulate attacks like brute force login attempts or denial of service (DOS) conditions. When it comes to dynamic scans in Nessus, there are three key types to explore. First, we have web application scanning. This template is designed to dig deep into dynamic elements like forms and APIs, identifying vulnerabilities that need real-time interaction. It's like having a digital detective probing for weaknesses in your web applications. Next up is network vulnerability scanning. This type focuses on the network itself. Think routers, firewalls, and protocols. It actively simulates exploit attempts on open services, giving you a clear picture of where your defenses might be lacking. Finally, let's talk about advanced scan templates. These allow for a tailored approach to vulnerability testing. You can control scanning depth, how often interactions occur, and even simulate specific attack scenarios. This customization means you can really hone in on potential vulnerabilities that matter most to your environment. Each type of scan plays a crucial role in fortifying your security posture. Imagine navigating a login form, completely unaware that a tool like Nessus is lurking in the background, probing for weaknesses. It might inject malicious SQL commands, testing if the application is vulnerable to SQL injection. If it succeeds, an attacker could gain unauthorized access to sensitive data. Now, shift gears to cross-site scripting, or XSS. Nessus checks if the application sanitizes user inputs by inserting scripts designed to exploit vulnerabilities. If the app fails this test, it opens the door for attackers to execute harmful code on unsuspecting users. This dynamic scanning is crucial for identifying and patching security flaws before they can be exploited. Understanding these threats helps us build more secure applications and protect user data effectively. Example of dynamic scanning action: SQL injection testing. Nessus might try injecting malicious SQL commands into input fields like login forms, search bars, etc., to see if the application is vulnerable to SQL injection attacks. Cross-site scripting, XSS. Detection. Can also check if the application correctly sanitizes user inputs by inserting scripts that may trigger XSS vulnerabilities, allowing the attacker to inject malicious code that could be executed by other users. Unauthorized access. Dynamic scans can be a double-edged sword. While they're essential for identifying vulnerabilities, they can also be intrusive. Running these scans in a controlled environment is crucial. Otherwise, you risk causing disruptions, like DOS-like testing or brute force login attempts that could bring systems to their knees. And let's not forget about false positives. The aggressive nature of dynamic scanning means you might get misleading results, so manual verification is a must. Always remember, explicit permission is non-negotiable, especially when dealing with production systems. Unchecked scans can lead to unintended outages or even system failures. So, approach dynamic scanning with caution and responsibility. Dynamic scans can be a double-edged sword. While they're essential for identifying vulnerabilities, they can also be intrusive. Running these scans in a controlled environment is crucial. Otherwise, you risk causing disruptions, like DOS-like testing or brute force login attempts that could bring systems to their knees. To perform a dynamic scan in Nessus, first, select a scan template that fits your needs, like web application tests for a website. Next, if your scan requires it, configure authentication by providing the necessary credentials. This step is crucial for getting deeper insights into vulnerabilities. Now, let's configure the scan itself. Add your targets, whether they're IP addresses or URLs, and set the scan depth to ensure you're covering all bases. Don't forget to tweak any advanced settings, like enabling specific plugins or attack simulations to enhance your scan. Once everything is set, it's time to run the scan. Sit back and let Nessus do its thing as it interacts with the target systems. After the scan completes, dive into the results. Analyze the output carefully, focusing on discovered vulnerabilities, which are prioritized by severity. This way, you can tackle the most critical issues first. Happy scanning! In Nessus, you won't find a dedicated malware scan, but that doesn't mean it's not a powerful tool in your cybersecurity arsenal. Think of it as your first line of defense. While traditional antivirus software hunts down active malware, Nessus focuses on identifying vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and potential attack vectors that could be exploited by malicious software. By scanning your systems, Nessus reveals weaknesses that could allow malware to slip through the cracks. It's like shining a flashlight into the dark corners of your network, exposing the risks before they can be exploited. So, may not catch the malware itself, it empowers you to fortify your defenses and stay one step ahead of potential threat. In Nessus, a malware scan isn't available as a specific type of scan, but you can use Nessus to identify vulnerabilities, configurations, and other potential attack vectors that could be exploited by malware. While Nessus doesn't focus solely on detecting active malware, like traditional anti-software, it can help you discover vulnerabilities that malware might exploit. In Nessus, you won't find a dedicated malware scan, but that doesn't mean it's not a powerful tool for security arsenal. Think of it as your first line of defense. Vulnerability scanning is crucial in today's digital landscape, especially with the rise of malware threats. Using Nessus, you can proactively identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited. Start Nessus and creating a new. You'll want to choose a basic network scan for a straightforward approach, or an advanced scan if you need more tailored configurations. Next, enter the IP range or specific host you want to analyze. This is where the magic happens. Dive into the Plugins tab and enable various plugins that target exploits, backdoors, and other security weaknesses. Each plugin acts like a detective, searching for potential entry points for malware. Once you've customized your scan, hit that run button and let Nessus do its work. After the scan complete, view the results carefully. Look for findings that could indicate exposure to malware-related threats. This process not only helps secure your network, but also gives you peace of mind in an ever-evolving landscape. Vulnerability scanning is as Nessus can help identify vulnerabilities that could be targeted by malware. To do it, open Nessus and create a new scan. Select Basic Network Scan or Advanced Scan if you need more specific configurations. Enter the IP range or the host you want to scan. Customize the scan by selecting various plugins for vulnerability detection. In the Plugins tab, you can enable plugins that look for exploits, backdoors, and other security weaknesses. Run the scan and review the results for any findings. When it comes to securing your systems, understanding malware exploit checks is crucial. Nessus offers a powerful suite of plugins specifically designed to detect vulnerabilities that malware could exploit. By diving into the plugins section, you can easily locate the exploit plugins. These tools are your first line of defense, identifying weaknesses in web servers, databases, and operating systems that hackers might leverage. Imagine a hacker scanning for an open door. These plugins help you lock those doors before they can be breached. Each plugin targets known vulnerabilities, providing you with actionable insights to fortify your defenses. Regularly running these checks not only keeps your systems secure, but also helps you stay one step ahead of potential threats. Remember, in the world of cybersecurity, knowledge is power, and Nessus equips you with the tools to protect your digital assets effectively. Nessus has specific plugins to detect malware-related vulnerabilities and exploits. In the Plugins section, look for Exploit plugins. These plugins are designed to find vulnerabilities that could be exploited by malware or hackers. There are specific plugins related to known malware exploits, such as vulnerabilities in web servers, databases, and operating systems that could be leveraged by malware. Web application scanning is crucial in today's digital landscape, where many malware attacks exploit vulnerabilities in web applications. By using the Web Tests, or WAS, in Nessus, we can proactively identify weaknesses in our web servers and applications. Imagine uncovering SQL injection, where attackers manipulate databases, cross-site scripting, access, allows them to inject malicious scripts into web pages. Then there's remote code execution, a nightmare scenario where hackers gain control over your system. Regularly scanning with Nessus not only helps us pinpoint vulnerabilities, but also to fortify our defenses before attackers can strike. Staying one step ahead is key to protecting our digital assets. Use the Web Application Tests, WAS, in Nessus to scan web servers or applications for weaknesses. You can identify issues such as SQL injection, cross-site scripting, XSS, and remote code execution vulnerabilities, which are commonly targeted by malware. Web application scanning is crucial in today's digital landscape, where many malware attacks exploit vulnerabilities in web applications. By using the Web Application Tests or WAS in Nessus, we can proactively identify weaknesses in our web servers and applications. Activity isn't always straightforward, especially when tools like Nessus can't directly spot active threats. Instead, we focus on the signs, those subtle clues that something's off. For instance, misconfigurations in your network can be a red flag. Are there ports that shouldn't be accessible? Or unpatched services lurking around? These vulnerabilities are like open invitations for malware to exploit. Nessus excels at identifying these weak points, scanning for services with known vulnerabilities that attackers love to target. By eye on unusual network behavior and addressing these issues, we can stay one step ahead of potential malware threats. It's all about vigilance and proactive measures in the ever-evolving landscape of cybersecurity. Keeping your Nessus instance updated is crucial. Regular updates ensure you're protected against the latest malware-related vulnerabilities. Think of it as a shield that evolves with every new threat. But don't stop there. Regular vulnerability scans are your proactive defense. They help you identify and mitigate risks before malware has a chance to exploit them. It's like having a security team that never sleeps. And remember, Nessus is powerful, but it's even better when combined with other security tools. Pair it with endpoint detection and antivirus software for a multi-layered defense. This combination creates a robust security posture, giving you peace of mind. Stay vigilant, stay secure. Best practices. Keep Nessus updated. Ensure your Nessus instance is running the latest updates, as new malware-related vulnerabilities are regularly added. Regular scanning. Regular vulnerability scans help identify and mitigate risks before malware has a chance to exploit them. Combine with other security tools. While Nessus is powerful for vulnerability scanning, you may want to use it alongside point detection tools and antivirus software for active malware detection. By combining Nessus's vulnerability scanning with other security tools, you'll have a better defense against malware. A web application is essentially software that lives in your web browser, communicating with a server over HTTP or HTTPS. Think about it. Every time you log into your bank account or shop online, you're interacting with a web app. These applications can range from simple login forms to complex online stores, shopping carts, and payment systems. They even include APIs, like RESTful services, that power many of the apps we use daily. Building a web app involves a mix of technologies. On the front end, you have HTML, JavaScript, and CSS creating the user interface. On the back end, languages like PHP, Python, and Node.js handle the logic and data processing. And let's not forget the databases like MySQL or PostgreSQL that store all the information. So whether it's a custom dashboard or an internal tool, web applications are the backbone of our digital experiences, making our lives easier and more connected. A web application is software that runs in a web browser and communicates with a server over HTTP/HTTPS. It includes everything from login forms, online stores, APIs, and custom dashboards or internal tools. Web apps are built using front-end technologies like HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, back-end technologies like PHP, Python, Node.js, Java, etc., and databases like MySQL and PostgreSQL. Nessus identifies a target as a web application when it responds over HTTP or HTTPS, typically on ports like 80, 443, or 8080. But it's not just about the connection. It's the interactive elements that really define it. Think about forms, URLs, parameters, and sessions. These are the lifeblood of user interaction. If a site has these features, it's likely a web application. Moreover, if it dynamically generates content through scripting or APIs, that's another strong indicator. This means the site isn't just static. It's alive, responding to user inputs and requests in real time. So, when Nessus scans a target, it's looking for these characteristics to determine if it's dealing with a web application, ensuring that security assessments are spot on. Understanding this helps us better protect our digital environments. Nessus identifies a target as a web application if it responds over HTTP/HTTPS, usually ports 80, 443, 8080, etc. It has interactive elements like forms, URLs, parameters, or sessions, and it exposes content generated dynamically via scripting or APIs. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner that operates on a plugin-based system, making it incredibly versatile. When it comes to scanning web applications, the first step is discovery. Nessus dives in and checks which web services are running, identifying technologies like Apache, Nginx, or even the specific PHP version in use. It's like having a digital detective at your fingertips. But it doesn't stop there. Nessus maps out available pages and scripts, utilizing its limited crawling capability to uncover hidden vulnerabilities. This means it can spot potential weaknesses before they become a problem. By understanding the technologies in play and the structure of the web application, Nessus equips you with the insights needed to bolster your posture. It's not just about finding flaws, it's about empowering you to build a more secure web environment. Nessus is a vulnerability scanner that uses a plugin-based system. When scanning web applications, it performs several tasks. Discovery. Nessus checks which web services are running. It identifies technologies, e.g., Apache, Nginx, PHP version. It maps out available pages and scripts, limited crawling capability. When it comes to securing web applications, leveraging plugins for vulnerability checks is a game changer. Imagine scanning your web servers for CGI abuses, those sneaky exploits that can compromise your system. With just a few clicks, you can identify potential weaknesses before they become a problem. Now let's talk about web application scanning. This isn't just about finding flaws. It's about understanding the landscape of your application. Cross-site scripting, or XSS, is one of the most common threats. These vulnerabilities can allow attackers to inject malicious scripts, but with plugins, you can catch these issues early. And then there's SQL. This is hackers manipulate your database query, potentially exposing sensitive data. But fear not. Pre-written checks can automate the detection process, saving you time and ensuring your data remains secure. In the world of cybersecurity, proactive measures are key. Using these plugins not only enhances your security posture, but also gives you peace of mind, knowing you're one step ahead of potential threats. When it comes to secure applications, leveraging plugins for vulnerability checks is a game changer. Imagine scanning your web servers for CGI abuses, those sneaky exploits that can compromise your system. With just a few clicks, you can identify potential weaknesses before they become a problem. When it comes to web app testing, credentialed access is a game changer. By supplying HTTP credentials, Nessus can log into the application, diving deep into authenticated areas like dashboards and admin panels. This isn't just about surface-level scanning. It's about uncovering hidden vulnerabilities and logic flaws that could be lurking beneath the surface. Imagine the insights gained from testing areas that only logged-in users can access. You can identify potential security gaps that could be exploited, ensuring that your application is not just functional, but also secure. Credentialed testing transforms your security posture, allowing you to proactively address issues before they become a problem. It's about being one step ahead in the ever-evolving landscape of web application security. If you supply HTTP credentials, Nessus can log into the app. It can then test authenticated areas like dashboards or admin panels. This helps identify logic flaws and hidden vulnerabilities. Web app vulnerabilities are like hidden traps waiting to be triggered. Take input validation issues, for instance. SQL injection, cross-site scripting, and command injection can turn a harmless input field into a hacker's playground. Then we have session management issues. If cookies lack the secure or HTTP-only flags, it's like leaving the door wide open for attackers. Configuration issues are another critical area. Exposed admin panels and directory listings can give intruders a guided tour of your system. And let's not forget software vulnerabilities. Running outdated versions of platforms like WordPress or Apache is like driving a car with faulty brakes. Lastly, credential management is crucial. Default or weak credentials and exposed tokens are an invitation for unauthorized access. Understanding these vulnerabilities is essential for securing your web applications and protect data. Stay vigilant. Nessus is a powerful tool, but when it comes to modern web applications, it has its limitations. First off, it lacks deep crawling capabilities. Unlike a real browser, Nessus struggles with JavaScript-heavy pages, which means it can miss vulnerabilities in single-page applications built with frameworks like React or Angular. Then there's the issue of custom workflow testing. You can't teach Nessus to navigate multi-step processes, like adding items to a cart and checking out. This is a significant drawback for testing complex user interactions. Fuzzing? Nessus only sends specific payloads, so it doesn't perform extensive input fuzzing. This limits its ability to uncover vulnerabilities that might be exposed through varied and unpredictable inputs. And let's not forget, Nessus isn't interactive. You can't click buttons or trigger events during a scan, which means it can miss vulnerabilities that require user interaction. So, while Nessus is a solid tool, it's essential to recognize these limitations when testing modern web applications. Although powerful, Nessus has limits when it comes to modern web apps. No deep crawling. Nessus does not behave like a real browser. It doesn't parse JavaScript-heavy pages well. No custom workflow testing. You can't teach Nessus to walk through multi-step processes. Limited fuzzing. Nessus sends specific payloads only. It doesn't do extensive input fuzzing. Not interactive. You can't interact with the application during scanning. When it comes to web app testing, Nessus is a powerful ally. I turn to Nessus when I need to perform basic automated vulnerability checks on my web applications. It's like having a security expert at my fingertips, identifying known vulnerabilities in web servers or software stacks with ease. I love how it quickly scans multiple hosts, helping me pin low to moderate web app issues without breaking a sweat. And if I have credentials, Nessus can dive deeper, testing authenticated pages to uncover hidden vulnerabilities that could be lurking beneath the surface. Using Nessus streamlines my workflow, allowing me to focus on what really matters, keeping my application secure and my users safe. It's a game changer in the world of web app security. Use Nessus when you need to perform basic automated vulnerability checks on web applications, identify known vulnerabilities in web servers or software stacks, quickly scan multiple hosts for low to moderate web app issues, and test authenticated pages if you have credentials. As I dive into scanning HTTPS, mycompany.com admin, I quickly identify it as running WordPress 5.8. This is where the real fun begins. Nessus kicks into gear, checking for vulnerable plugins and themes that could be potential backdoors for attacks. I'm probing for SQL injection vulnerabilities in query parameters, like IDU1, because a single misstep here can lead to data breaches. Next, I'm on the lookout for cross-site scripting, especially in fields like search boxes or comment forms. These are prime targets for malicious scripts. I can't overlook security headers. Missing ones can leave exposed. And let's not forget SSL misconfigurations. An unsecured connection is an open invitation for threats. Finally, I'm scanning for default credentials like admin. It's astonishing how many sites overlook this simple yet critical security flaw. Each of these checks is crucial in fortifying the site against potential attacks. The stakes are high and every detail matters. Say you're scanning HTTPS, my company admin, and it press. Nessus will identify it as WordPress 5.8, detect vulnerable plugins or themes, test for SQL injection in programs like IDR1, check for XSS fields like search boxes or comment forms, warn about missing headers or SS configurations, and alert on default credentials like admin. If you're looking to elevate your web application security testing beyond what Nessus offers, consider integrating a few powerful tools. First up is Burp Suite, perfect for interactive and manual testing, allowing you to dig deep with fuzz testing to uncover vulnerabilities that automated scans might miss. Then there's OWASP Zap, an open source gem that excels in dynamic analysis, giving you the flexibility to explore your web apps in real time. Don't overlook Nikto, a straightforward command line scanner that quickly identifies potential issues on your web server. And for initial reconnaissance, Nmap with its scripting capabilities is invaluable, helping you map out your attack surface before diving deeper. Combining these tools can significantly enhance your security posture, making your web applications much harder to compromise. If you're looking to go beyond what Nessus offers for web apps, you might combine it with Burp Suite for interactive, manual, and fuzz testing, OWASP Zap for deeper dynamic analysis, Nikto as a simple command line web server scanner, and Nmap with scripts for initial reconnaissance.
When conducting a credentialed audit with Nessus, we're stepping into the shoes of an insider threat. By using valid login credentials, like SSH for Linux or SMB for Windows, we gain access to the target system, allowing us to uncover abilities that are invisible from the outside. This isn't just about scanning, it's about digging deep. We check for installed software, identify missing patches, and spot insecure configurations.
We dive into registry settings, scrutinize services, and assess file permissions. With Windows, we need domain or local admin access through SMB, WinRM, or WMI. For Linux or Unix, SSH credentials are essential, and using elevated privileges like sudo can provide even deeper insights. This thorough approach reveals local vulnerabilities that could be exploited by an attacker with insider access. In the world of cybersecurity, knowledge is power, and credentialed audit is our key to unlocking that power.
This is when Nessus uses valid login credentials, like SSH for Linux or SMB/WMI for Windows, to log into the target system during a scan. The purpose is to simulate an insider threat or attack access and get a deeper view into the system's vulnerabilities. It checks for installed software, missing patches, and insecure configurations. It scans registry settings, services, and file permissions, identical vulnerabilities that can't be seen from outside. For Windows, domain/login access is required via SMB, WinRM, or WMI. For Linux/Unix, SSH credentials, user plus password/key, needed, and elevated privileges like sudo can also be used for deeper access.
Credentialed and patch audits is crucial for achieving accurate results in cybersecurity. Unlike external scans, these audits dive deep into your systems, uncovering misconfigurations and missing patches that could otherwise go unnoticed. This means fewer false, allowing your team to focus on real threats rather than chasing shadows. Moreover, these audits are essential for compliance with standards like PCI DSS, HIPAA, and CIS benchmarks. They not only help you meet regulatory requirements, but also strengthen your security posture. Identifying vulnerabilities from you can proactively address issues before they become costly breaches. In today's digital landscape, investing in credentialed audits isn't just smart. It's essential for safeguarding your organization's future. Why use and patch audits? More accurate results with false positives. Detects misconfigurations and missing patches that can't be externally. Essential for compliance audits, PCI DSS, HIPAA, CIS benchmarks, etc. The Active Starter Scan in Nessus is a game security teams. This pre-built scan template, available in Tenable and newer versions of Nessus Professional, is designed specifically for Windows domain controllers. It's like having a quick health check for a directory environment. By using credentialed checks, it dives deep to uncover vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and missing patches that could leave your network exposed. It zeroes in on critical AD-related services like Kerberos, DAP, SMB, and DNS, ensuring that your security posture is robust. In just a few clicks, you can identify potential risks and take action before they become serious threats. It's a straightforward, beginner-friendly tool that empowers teams to enhance their security without the complexity. If you're managing an Active Directory environment, this scan is an essential first step in safeguarding your infrastructure. The Active Directory Starter Scan is a pre-built scan template offered in Tenable.io and sometimes visible in newer versions of Nessus Professional. It's designed to help security teams identify basic issues within an Active Directory environment, especially focusing on domain controllers. It's essentially a beginner-friendly, quick assessment scan that targets Windows domain controllers, uses credentialed checks to dig deeper, identifies vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, and missing patches, and focuses on AD-related services like Kerberos, LDAP, SMB, DNS, ET. When conducting a security check for missing security updates on Windows Server to ensure vulnerabilities are addressed. Next, I dive into service configurations, looking for weak SMB or NetLogon settings that could expose the network to attacks. LDAP and Kerberos inspections are equally important. I identify insecure LDAP bindings and any Kerberos issues that might compromise authentication. DNS issues can't be overlooked either. I verify zone transfers and check for misconfigured DNS settings that could lead to data leaks. Credential checks are vital for ensuring that local admin and domain access is used properly, preventing unauthorized access. Lastly, I review password policies, hunting for weak password configurations through registry values. Each of these checks plays a pivotal role in fortifying our security posture and protecting sensitive data. When conducting a security scan, I rely on a curated set of Nessus plugins that cover essential areas. When it comes to securing your Active Directory environment, the Active Directory Starter Scan is a game changer. If you're conducting a first-time security check, this tool is your best friend. It quickly identifies low-hanging fruit, like unpatched domain controllers, which can be a major vulnerability. Running credentialed vulnerability scans on your Windows infrastructure? This scan fits perfectly into your workflow, giving you a clear picture of your AD health without the complexity of full GPO or configuration audits. It's all about achieving baseline AD hygiene checks efficiently. By leveraging the starter scan, you can pinpoint issues that need immediate attention, allowing you to bolster your security posture without getting overwhelmed. It's a smart, streamlined approach to ensure your Active Directory is as secure as it can be. Use the Active Directory Starter Scan when you're doing a first-time security check on your AD environment. You want to quickly find low-hanging fruit like unpatched DCs. You're running credentialed vulnerability scanning on Windows-based infrastructure, and you're not ready for full GPO or configuration audits, but want baseline AD hygiene checks. The Active Directory Starter Scan is your best friend for this purpose, providing a clear and efficient way to enhance your security posture. When it comes to the Active Directory Starter Scan, the first step is all about target identification. You need to pinpoint the IP addresses or host names of your domain controllers, or any other critical AD infrastructure servers, like DNS or DHCP servers. This is crucial because these are the backbone of your Active Directory environment. By accurately identifying these targets, you're setting the stage for a thorough scan. Think of it as mapping out a treasure hunt. Without knowing where to look, you won't find the gold. Once you've got your targets lined, you're ready to dive deeper into the intricacies of your Active Directory setup, ensuring everything is secure and functioning as it should. This foundational step is key to unlocking the full potential of your AD infrastructure. You begin by specifying the IPs or host names of your domain controllers or other AD infrastructure servers. Credentialed access is crucial for getting meaningful results in your scans. When you use Windows credentials, whether domain or local, when it comes during your network is a powerful ally. It runs a suite of plugins that signing is enforced or if clear text binds are lurking in the shadows. Kerberos is another critical area. Nessus checks for weak encryption and ticket settings that could compromise your security. Let's not forget about NetLogon and SMB. It detects if SMB signing is disabled or if insecure NetLogon configurations are present, both of which can be gateways for exploitation. DN configurations can all risk, especially phone transfers that shouldn't be happening. And when it comes to password policies, Nessus reads registry values to assess your password length, complexity, and lockout policies. Each plugin operates through specific ports like 88 for Kerberos, 389 for LDAP, 445 for SMB, and 53 for DNS, or even through WMI and SMB for local checks. This comprehensive approach ensures that your defenses are robust and ready to thwart potential threats. Nessus runs a set of specific plugins that focus on patch management, LDAP checks, Kerberos, NetLogon, SMB, DNS, and password policies. Each plugin has its own logic and checks for a specific misconfiguration or vulnerability. They may connect over TCP/UDP ports like 88 for Kerberos, 389 for LDAP, 445 for SMB, 53 for DNS, or WMI or SMB for registry and local OS checks. Once all plugins have run, Nessus compiles the results into a comprehensive report. Vulnerabilities are scored by CVSS, giving you a clear picture of severity. Misconfigurations, like the absence of SMB signing, are flagged, ensuring nothing slips through the cracks. Each report includes actionable remediation advice, guiding you on how to fix the issues identified. You'll see vulnerabilities sorted by severity, along with detailed OS version and patch information.
Weak password settings and authentication vulnerabilities are highlighted, as well as any DNS, LDAP, or Kerberos security concerns. Plus, Nessus keeps an audit trail of everything checked and which plugins were executed. This level of detail empowers you to take decisive action and strengthen security posture effectively. Once all plugins have run, Nessus compiles the results. Vulnerabilities are scored by CVSS. Misconfigurations are flagged. Remediation advice is included in the report. Audit trails of what was checked and which plugin saved.
You get a full report showing vulnerabilities sorted by severity, OS version patch info, weak password or authentication settings, DNS, LDAP, Kerberos security settings, and actionable. The Active Directory Starter Scan is a powerful tool that dives deep into your AD environment. It begins by scanning your AD-related, primarily focusing on domain controllers. Using Windows credentials, it performs thorough checks, ensuring no stone is left unturned. The scan runs a set of AD and security-related plugins, honing in on vulnerabilities, misconfigurations, bad practices that could jeopardize your network's integrity.
Once the scan is complete, it generates a detailed report outlining the findings and offering actionable remediation tips. This process not only enhances your security posture, but also empowers you to maintain a robust Active Directory environment. It's like having a security expert at your fingertips, ready to help you safeguard your organization. The Active Directory starters by scanning AD-related servers, mostly domain controllers, using Windows credentials to perform deep checks, running a focused set of AD/security-related plugins.
The scan checks for vulnerabilities, misconfigs, and bad practices, and generates a report with findings and remediation tips. The Active Directory Starter Scan is a powerful tool that dives deep into your AD environment. It begins by scanning your AD-related servers, primarily focusing on domain controllers. Using Windows credentials, it performs thorough checks, ensuring no stone is left unturned. The Find AI feature in Nessus by Tenable is a game changer for anyone managing complex environments. Imagine having the power to pinpoint AI libraries like TensorFlow and PyTorch effortlessly. This tool scans your systems to identify AI-related services and APIs, ensuring you know exactly what's running in your network. It doesn't stop there. It also detects AI-enabled software and platforms, giving you a comprehensive view of your assets. Plus, if you have systems with deployed models or services leveraging machine learning, this feature highlights too. With Find AI, you can enhance your security posture and stay ahead of potential vulnerabilities in your AI landscape. It's about making informed decisions in a world where AI is becoming integral to our operations. The Find AI feature in Nessus by Tenable is a newer addition aimed at identifying artificial intelligence-related assets or components in an environment. This can include AI libraries, e.g., TensorFlow, PyTorch, AI-related services or APIs running on systems, AI-enabled software or platforms, and systems with models deployed or services leveraging machine learning. The Find AI feature is a game changer for organizations navigating the complex landscape of artificial intelligence. It empowers us to pinpoint where AI tools are embedded within our infrastructure, enhancing our security posture. With AI and machine learning, we face unique vulnerabilities, think model poisoning or data leakage. By identifying these components, we can proactively defend against potential threats. Moreover, as regulations like the EU AI Act and NIST AI RMF emerge, understanding our AI usage becomes essential for compliance and risk management. It's not just about leveraging AI. It's about doing so responsibly and securely. The Find AI feature is our roadmap to a safer, more compliant future in the AI landscape. The purpose of the Find AI feature includes AI asset discovery, which helps organizations detect where AI tools or components are in use across their infrastructure. It also enhances security posture awareness, as AI/ML components can introduce unique attack surfaces, such as model poisoning, data leakage, and adversarial attacks. Lastly, it supports compliance and risk management, as knowing where AI is being used is crucial for adhering to AI regulations or frameworks like the EU AI Act and NIST AI RMF. Nessus scans systems to uncover AI-related tools by searching for specific ports, libraries, and packages. It dives deep into IP headers, banners, and metadata, revealing the hidden functions of AI software. The results? A detailed scan output that highlights any AI assets or services it discovers. This is crucial because as AI adoption skyrockets, so do the security and ethical risks tied to its use. Tenable's Find AI feature is a proactive response to this evolving threat landscape, ensuring organizations stay ahead of potential vulnerabilities. Understanding how to run these scans and interpret the results is key to safeguarding your systems in this AI-driven world. Nessus scans systems and looks for indicators of AI-related tools, such as specific ports, libraries, packages, or known AI software. It may also analyze HTTP headers, banners, or metadata that reveal AI functions. Results are typically shown in the scan output, highlighting AI-related assets or services discovered. As AI adoption grows, so do security and ethical risks associated with its use. The Find AI feature is Tenable's response to this evolving threat landscape. Let me know if you want to see how to run it or interpret results from a scan. AI and learning are revolutionizing how we interact with technology, but they come with significant risks. These systems can be embedded in edge devices, web apps, and cloud services, making them incredibly versatile. However, this versatility means they often use sensitive training data, think personally identifiable information, protected health information, and even trade secrets. The vulnerabilities are real. Unique attacks like model inversion and data poisoning can compromise these systems. And let's not forget the growing legal scrutiny, especially in sectors like healthcare, finance, and defense. Most organizations are in the dark about where their AI is running and whether it's exposed to these threats. That's the critical gap Tenable is addressing, ensuring that organizations can confidently navigate this complex landscape and protect their valuable data. AI/ML systems can be embedded in edge devices, web apps, and cloud services. Use sensitive training data, PII, PHI, trade secrets. Be vulnerable to unique attacks like model inversion or data poisoning, and fall under new legal scrutiny, especially in healthcare, finance, defense. Most orgs don't even know where AI is running, let alone if it's vulnerable. That's the gap Tenable is filling here. AI and machine learning are revolutionizing how we interact with technology, but they come with significant risks. These systems can be embedded in edge devices, web apps, and cloud services, making them incredibly versatile. However, this versatility means they often use sensitive training data. Think personally identifiable information, protected health information, and even trade secrets. In the world of AI, understanding API and service detection is crucial. Imagine a system using endpoints like REST APIs for predictions or classifications. Tools like TensorFlow Serving and TorchServe are at the forefront, serving models efficiently. Nessus plays a vital role here, scanning for open ports and web interfaces to fingerprint these services, ensuring security in a landscape where vulnerabilities can be exploited. Now, shift your focus to cloud and container analysis. In cloud environments, Nessus identifies AI-enabled containers, whether they're running on Docker or Kubernetes. It also recognizes integrations with platforms like AWS SageMaker and Azure ML, which streamline AI development. And let's not forget cloud functions backed with powerful LLMs, such as OpenAI or Hugging Face APIs. This intricate dance of detection and analysis not only enhances security, but also optimizes the deployment of AI technologies, making it an exciting frontier in the tech landscape. AI systems often expose endpoints like REST APIs, model servers, and ML ops tools. Nessus checks open ports and web interfaces, trying to fingerprint these services. In cloud-based environments, Nessus may identify enabled containers or images, AI platform integrations, and cloud functions that interact with LLMs. AI systems often expose endpoints like REST APIs, model servers, and ML ops tools. Nessus checks open ports and web interfaces, trying to fingerprint these services. In cloud-based environments, Nessus may identify AI-enabled containers or images, AI platform integrations, and cloud functions that interact with LLMs.
When diving into the world of cybersecurity, especially with tools like Nessus, it's fast to see how it detects vulnerabilities through logs, data, and HTTP headers. One key indicator is model version information found in headers. This can reveal outdated software that's ripe for exploitation. Specific user agent strings. These can give away the type of browser or device being used, which attackers can exploit if they know the weaknesses of those platforms.
And let's not overlook developer comments or metadata that hint at machine learning usage. These can sometimes expose the underlying algorithms or models, making it easier for malicious actors to craft targeted attacks. Each of these indicators acts like threats, leading security professionals to potential risks. Understanding these elements is crucial for fortifying fences and ahead of threats.
Nessus might detect model version info in headers, specific user agent strings, and developer comments or metadata, indicating ML use.
When it comes to AI assets, the possibilities are vast. Imagine frameworks like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and scikit-learn, each a powerhouse for building intelligent systems. Then there are model files. Think pb.pt, .onx, and .h5. These are the blueprints of machine learning, ready to bring data to life. API services like MLflow tracking and TorchServe streamline deployment, while SaaS integrations with platforms like OpenAI and Hugging Face make cutting-edge AI accessible. Don't forget about Edge AI. Devices like AI-enabled IoT gadgets and NVIDIA Jetson boards are revolutionizing how we interact with technology. And let's talk containers. AI workloads running in Docker or Kubernetes pods are the backbone of scalable solutions. With all these assets, the landscape of AI is not just evolving, it's exploding with potential. What kind of AI assets can it find? AI type examples. Nessus might detect frameworks. TensorFlow, PyTorch, scikit-learn model files, .pb, .pt, .nnx, .h5 API services, MLflow tracking, TorchServe, Selden Core SaaS integrations, OpenAI API usage, Hugging Face, Azure ML Edge, AI-enabled IoT devices, NVIDIA Jetson boards, containers, AI workloads in Docker or K8s pods. When it comes to AI assets, the possibilities are vast. Imagine frameworks like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and scikit-learn, each a powerhouse for building intelligent systems. Then there are model files. Think .pb, .pt, .nx, and .5. These are the blueprints of machine learning, ready to bring data to life. API services like ML flow tracking and Torch serve streamlined deployment, while SaaS integrations with platforms like OpenAI and Hugging Face make cutting-edge AI accessible. Once Nessus identifies AI components, the real work begins. First, I can tag and track these AI assets in my configuration management database, ensuring I have a clear inventory. Next, I dive into auditing access controls and data flows, making sure that sensitive info is protected and only accessible to authorized users. Then I shift my focus to scanning for vulnerabilities in supporting software like Python, Flask, and web servers. It's crucial to identify any weak points before they can be exploited. I also need to keep an eye out for shadow AI, those unauthorized or experimental deployments that can slip under the radar. Finally, I prepare for regulatory compliance, especially with the EU AI Act, classifying risks ahead of the curve. Each step is in maintaining a secure and compliant environment. Once Nessus identifies AI components, you can tag and track AI assets in your CMDB, audit access control data flow, scan for vulnerabilities in supporting software, e.g. Python, Flask, check for AI, unauthorized or experimental deployments, and prepare for regulatory compliance, e.g. riskification under EU AI Act. Imagine a science team deep in their work, experimenting with pilot models on a development server. They're so focused that they forget to disable the model API endpoint. Suddenly, Nessus's Find AI feature kicks in, scanning the server and spotting TorchServe running on port 8080. This isn't just a minor oversight, it's flagged as an AI asset, and now the security team has a crucial task ahead. They need to confirm if this endpoint is authorized, secure it, or even isolate it to prevent any potential threats. This is where vulnerability management becomes essential. With Tenable's Find AI, gain visibility into hidden assets, preparing you for AI-specific threats. It's not just about securing what you know. It's about laying a solid foundation for AI governance and secure an ever-evolving landscape. A data science team is experimenting with PyTorch models on a development server. They forget to disable the model API endpoint. Nessus's Find AI feature scans the server, detects TorchServe running on port 8080, and flags it as an AI asset. Now your security team can confirm if this is authorized, secure, or isolate the endpoint, and add it to vulnerability scans and inventory. AI is rapidly becoming part of mainstream infrastructure. With Tenable's Find AI, you gain visibility into what you didn't know existed. You're better prepared for AI-specific threats, and you lay the foundation for governance and security. Audit cloud infrastructure in Nessus is a powerful tool designed to enhance the security of your cloud environments, like AWS, Azure, and GCP. It focuses on identifying misconfigurations, compliance violations, and security gaps that could leave your data vulnerable. Imagine having a dedicated security that seamlessly scans your cloud setup, ensuring every setting is optimized and compliant with industry standards. This feature uses a set of specialized policies and plugins tailored for cloud services, rather than traditional operating systems or applications. It dives deep into your cloud configurations, checking for issues like overly permissive access controls or unencrypted data storage. By pinpointing these vulnerabilities, Nessus empowers you to take proactive measures, fortifying your cloud infrastructure against potential threats. In a world where cloud security is paramount, leveraging tools like this is not just smart, it's essential. Audit cloud infrastructure in Nessus refers to a set of policies and plugins designed to assess the security posture of cloud environments like AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform, GCP. This feature is focused on identifying misconfigurations, compilations, and security gaps within cloud services, rather than scanning operating systems or applications hosted in the cloud. Let me walk you through what it does in depth, covering the concept, purpose, and how it works. When we talk about audit infrastructure in Nessus, we're diving into a powerful tool that helps organizations ensure their cloud configurations are secure and compliant. This isn't just about scanning or hosts. Instead, it queries cloud provider APIs to assess how services are set up. Imagine having a checklist that aligns with best practices and compliance frameworks like the CIS benchmarks, guidelines, PCI DSS, and ISO 27001. With this audit, you can identify misconfigurations and vulnerabilities before a problem. It's like having a digital safety net for your cloud environment, ensuring that your data is protected and your operations are running smoothly. By leveraging these insights, organizations can not only enhance their security posture, but also with their clients and stakeholders. It is a policy template or plugin set used to review cloud configurations against best practices and compliance frameworks, such as CIS benchmarks, NIST guidelines, PCI DSS, and ISO 27001. Rather than scanning IPs or hosts, this audit queries cloud provider APIs to check how the cloud services are configured. When it comes to cloud security, Nessus and Tenable tools like Tenable.io and Tenable.cs are game changers. They provide robust audit abilities across major cloud platforms: Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Each of these providers has unique audit templates tailored to their specific configurations and compliance requirements. For AWS, you can dive deep into services like EC2 and S3, ensuring your security groups and IAM roles are configured correctly. With Azure, Tenable helps you assess your virtual machines and network groups, keeping your resources lean. And GCP, it's all about organizing your compute engine and cloud storage settings. By leveraging these tailored audits, organizations can identify vulnerabilities, but also ensure they meet compliance standards. It's about staying ahead of threats and maintaining a secure cloud environment. Nessus, and more broadly, Tenable tools like Tenable.io and Tenable.cs, supports auditing configurations for Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud Platform. Each provider has its own audit templates and requirements. Credentialed API access is the first step in leveraging Nessus for your cloud security. You'll provide Nessus with cloud credentials that grant read-only access to your configurations. For AWS, this means setting up an IAM user or role with specific permissions. For Azure, you'll use an app registration or service principal. And for Google Cloud Platform, a service account with read access is essential. These credentials are crucial. They allow Nessus to securely interact with your cloud environment and gather vital data about its configuration. This process ensures that you have a clear view of your security posture without compromising your cloud resources. It's all about enabling Nessus to do its job effectively while keeping your environment safe. Here's a breakdown of the process. You provide Nessus with cloud credentials that allow read-only access to your cloud configurations. For example, for AWS, IAM user or role with specific permissions. For Azure, app registration or service principal. For GCP, a service account with read access. These credentials allow Nessus to interact with the cloud environment securely and gather data about its configuration. When it comes to securing your AWS environment, the CIS AWS Foundation's benchmark v1.4 is a game changer. This template dives deep into critical checks that can make or break your cloud security. First up, S3 bucket permissions. Are they too open? Misconfigured buckets can expose sensitive data. Then there are IAM policies. They follow the principle of least privilege. Overly permissive roles can lead to serious vulnerabilities. Don't overlook logging and monitoring configurations. Enabling CloudTrail and AWS config ensures you have a clear audit trail of all activities, which is a set of compliance and incident response. And let's talk about network security group rules. Tightening these can prevent unauthorized access to your resources. Finally, key management usage is crucial. Ensure your encryption keys are managed properly to protect your data at rest and in transit. Adopting this benchmark isn't just about compliance. It's about building a robust security posture in the cloud. Select an audit file or policy. You choose a cloud audit template, e.g., CIS AWS Foundations, benchmark v1.4 from Nessus's policy options. This template includes checks such as S3 bucket permissions, IAM policies, logging and monitoring configurations, CloudTrail, config, etc., network security group rules, and key management usage. When the scan executes, Nessus seamlessly connects to cloud provider APIs, diving deep into the configuration state and aligning it with established benchmarks and best practices. This is a game changer. No need for tedious IP range checks or host discovery. As the scan wraps up, the results are crystal clear. You'll see which checks passed and which ones didn't, categorized by severity levels: low, medium, high, and critical. Each issue comes with tailored remediation guidance, so you know exactly how to address vulnerabilities. Plus, you'll get solid evidence of any non-compliance, empowering you to take action and enhance your security posture. It's efficient, effective, and for maintaining robust cloud security. When the scan runs, Nessus connects to the cloud provider APIs and checks the configuration state against the chosen benchmark or best practices. Unlike traditional scans, no IP range or host discovery is needed. The results will show passed and failed checks, severity levels, low, medium, high, critical, remediation guidance per issue, evidence of non-compliance. Misconfigured cloud services are a ticking time bomb for data breaches. Think about it. One accidental public S3 bucket can expose sensitive information to the world. That's where auditing cloud infrastructure comes in. Not just about preventing those costly mistakes. It's about enforcing least privilege access. By ensuring that users only have the permissions they need, we minimize risk significantly. Plus, aligning with compliance and governance requirements isn't just a checkbox. It's essential for maintaining trust and integrity in our operations. And let's not forget visibility. Many cloud-native risks go unnoticed until it's too late. Regular audits shine a light on these vulnerabilities, allowing us to proactively address them. In a world where data is gold, safeguarding it is not just important, it's imperative. Why is this important? Misconfigured cloud services are one of the top causes of cloud data breaches. Audit cloud infrastructure helps by preventing accidental exposure of data, enforcing least privilege and secure identity access, aligning with compliance and governance requirements, and giving visibility into often overlooked cloud-native risks. To enable scanning in Nessus, start by navigating to Policies and select Create New Policy. From there, choose Audit Cloud Infrastructure. Next, you'll need to select your cloud platform, whether it's AWS, Azure, or GCP. This step is crucial, as each platform has its own unique requirements. Once you've made your selection, enter the required API credentials. This is where you connect Nessus to your cloud environment, so make sure those credentials are accurate. After that, you'll choose a template. You can go with the CIS benchmark for best practices or opt for a custom template if you have specific needs in mind. Finally, don't forget to save your settings. Once that's done, you can run the scan. This process will help you identify vulnerabilities in your cloud infrastructure, ensuring your environment remains secure. Simple, right? Now let's get scanning. How to enable it in Nessus? Go to Policies, create new policy, choose Audit Cloud Infrastructure, select your cloud platform, AWS, Azure, GCP, enter the required API credentials, choose a template, CIS, custom, etc. Save and run the scan. The internal PCI network scan is a critical tool for any organization handling payment card data. It's designed specifically to meet the stringent requirements of the PCI DSS, focusing on vulnerabilities that could jeopardize cardholder information. Imagine this scan as a digital detective, meticulously through your internal network to uncover weaknesses that hackers could exploit. It assesses everything from misconfigured systems to outdated software, ensuring that your payment systems remain secure. By identifying these vulnerabilities before they can be exploited, you're not just protecting your business, you're safeguarding your customers' trust. Regular scans help maintain compliance and provide peace of mind, knowing that you're doing everything possible to keep sensitive data secure. In the world of payment security, proactive measures like these are not just best practices, they're essential. The internal network scan in Nessus is a type of vulnerability assessment specifically designed to meet the requirements of the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS, from inside your network. It's focused on identifying security vulnerabilities that could be exploited to compromise cardholder data or payment systems. Let's break it down in depth. An internal PCI network scan is crucial for maintaining the security of our trusted networks. Think of it as a health check for our systems, whether we're using credentials or not. This scan digs deep into our internal environment, which is behind the firewall, to identify vulnerabilities that could put our data at risk. PCI DSS requirement 11.2.1 mandates that we conduct these scans at least quarterly and after any significant changes to our systems. It's not just about ticking boxes. It's about safeguarding sensitive information, ensuring compliance. By regularly performing these scans, we can proactively address potential threats. Internal PCI scans are essential for identifying vulnerabilities like missing patches and insecure configurations that could jeopardize data. By regularly conducting these scans, we can verify that our cardholder data environments, or CDEs, are well protected against potential threats. This proactive approach not only helps us ensure compliance with PCI DSS requirements, but also supports our remediation efforts by clearly highlighting risks. It's about creating a robust defense, safeguarding customer trust, and maintaining the integrity of our systems. In a world where data breaches are all too common, these scans are our first line of defense, keeping our operations secure and our customers' information safe. Nessus is a powerful tool for scanning vulnerabilities within your organization's network. Let's dive into how it works. First, choose or create a scan policy. One of the built-ins is the internal PCI scan, specifically designed to meet PCI DSS standards. This policy targets critical systems like POS systems, gateways, and cardholder data environments. Once you've set your target scope, you process with a list of internal IP addresses or ranges. For deeper insights, you can add credentials like Windows or SSH for Linux systems. Now, here's where the magic happens. Nessus performs POS and service fingerprinting and conducts thorough vulnerability checks, identifying CVEs, missing patches, and even misconfigurations. Scan, you'll receive a detailed report. Results are categorized by severity: critical, high, low, and informal. It's easy to prioritize your response. Each affected asset is listed alongside its CVSS score and remediation recommendations. With Nessus, you're not just scanning, you're fortifying your network against potential threats. How does it work in Nessus? Choose or create a scan policy. Nessus has a built-in policy, internal PCI network scan. It's tuned to meet PCI DSS standards using industry-recognized vulnerability checks. Target scope. Your organization's network typically includes POS systems, payment gateways, holder data systems, and supporting infrastructure. Run the scan. You provide Nessus with a list of internal IP addresses or ranges. Optional, add credentials for deeper checks, like Windows credentials or S for Linux. Nessus performs port scanning, OS and service fingerprinting, vulnerability checks, misconfiguration detection, and outdated software version identification. Review the report. Results are categorized by severity: critical, high, medium, low, and informational. Affected assets, CVSS score, and includes remediation recommendations. The solution PCI specific. It's all about alignment with the PCI DSS guidelines. These checks are meticulously designed to ensure that your systems are secure and compliant. This is the support for quarterly scanning compliance. Keeps your security posture sharp and up to date. You can even configure it to meet ASV standards, which is crucial since ASV scans are primarily required for external assessments, not internal ones. This flexibility means you can tailor your approach based on your unique environment. And let's not forget about reporting. The ability to produce detailed reports that satisfy both PCI auditors and internal compliance teams is invaluable. It streamlines the audit process and provides peace of mind, knowing you're on the right track. In short, P-Specific isn't just a label, it's a commitment to maintain checks aligned with PCI DSS guidelines, supports quarterly scan compliance, can be configured ASV-like, approved vendor standards, though ASV scans are only required externally, not internally, can produce reports suitable for PCI auditor compliance teams. When it comes to PCI compliance, there are critical checks that can't be ignored. First up, SMB signing not being required leaves your system vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. That's a high-severity risk you can't afford. Then, we have weak TLS enabled. It's like handing out your house keys to strangers. And let's not forget about missing critical patches. These are exploitable vulnerabilities just waiting to be taken advantage of. Each of these issues can lead to serious breaches. So addressing them isn't just best practice. It's essential for protecting sensitive data. Stay vigilant and ensure your systems are secure. When it comes to PCI compliance, there are critical checks that can't be ignored. SMB signing not being required leaves your system vulnerable to man-in-the-middle attacks. That's a high-severity risk you can't afford. Handling payment card data is a serious responsibility, and PCI DSS compliance isn't just a checkbox. It's a necessity for any business in this digital age. Internal vulnerabilities can be just as dangerous as external threats. Think about it. Insider threats or malware can slip through the cracks, putting your customers and your reputation at risk. That's where tools like Nessus come into play. They automate vulnerability scanning, ensuring you're always prepared for a PCI audit. With Nessus, you can proactively identify and address weaknesses in your system, keeping your payment data secure. Remember, compliance isn't just about avoiding fines. It's about building trust with your customers and safeguarding your business's future. Handling payment card data is a serious responsibility, and PCI DSS compliance isn't just a checkbox. It's a necessity for any business in this digital age. Credentialed scanning is a game changer in vulnerability management. By using credentials, you gain deep visibility into your systems, allowing tools like Nessus to uncover critical details. Imagine knowing exactly what software is installed, the current Windows patch levels, and which server running. This insight is invaluable. It doesn't stop there. Credential scans also check file permissions and registry keys, giving you a comprehensive view of your security posture. This means fewer false positives, saving you time and effort. You can focus on real threats instead of chasing down misleading alerts. So, if you want to enhance your security strategy, embrace credentialed scanning. It's not just about finding vulnerabilities. It's about understanding your environment. Pro tip: use credentialed scanning. Scans give much deeper visibility and help you read positives. They let Nessus check things like installed software, Windows patches, running services, file permissions, and registries. Credentialed scanning is a game changer in vulnerability management. By using credentials, deep visibility into your system, allowing tools like Nessus to cover critical details. Imagine knowing exactly what software is installed, the current Windows patch levels, and which services are running. In Nessus, an offline configuration audit is a game changer for security assessments. Imagine having the power to analyze configuration files without the need to scan live systems. This is crucial in sensitive environments where direct scanning could expose vulnerabilities or disrupt operations. By extracting configuration files from isolated systems, you can evaluate security settings, identify misconfigurations, and ensure compliance with best practices, all without the risks associated with network scans. It's like having a backstage pass to your system's security posture, allowing you to make informed decisions and bolster defenses while keeping your environment safe and sound. This method not only enhances security, but also saves time and resources, making it an essential tool for any security professional. In Nessus, an offline configuration audit refers to the ability to analyze configuration files from systems without needing to scan them directly over the network. It's useful when you can't or don't want to scan a live system, like for sensitive or isolated environments, but still want to evaluate how securely it's configured. Instead of running a live scan, I dive into the heart of the system by collecting configuration files. Think system settings, application configurations, and registry exports. Once I have those files, I upload them into Nessus for an offline evaluation. This is where the magic happens. Nessus takes that configuration data and meticulously analyzes it against industry best practices and compliance standards, like CIS and SIGs. It's like having a seasoned expert review your setup, ensuring everything aligns with custom policies and security benchmarks. The result? A comprehensive assessment that highlights vulnerabilities and compliance gaps, empowering you to fortify your defenses without the need for a live scan. It's efficient, effective, and game changer for security assessments. Instead of performing a live scan, you collect configuration files like system or application configs, exports, etc., from the target machine.
Upload these files into Nessus for offline evaluation using specialized audit files. Nessus analyzes the configuration data against best practices, compliance standards like CS, SIGs, or custom policies.
When it comes to Nessus configuration audits, there are several critical use cases to consider. For air-gapped systems, where network access is non-existent, we rely on offline scanning methods. This ensures that sensitive data remains secure while still allowing us to identify vulnerabilities. In classified environment, live scanning can pose risks, so we conduct audits in a controlled manner, ensuring compliance without exposing the system to potential threats. Pre-deployment checks are another vital aspect. By auditing system images before they go live, we can catch misconfigurations early, saving time and resources down the line. And let's not forget cloud instances or containers. Here, we pull configuration files instead of scanning the instance itself, allowing us to maintain security while leveraging the flexibility of the cloud. Each of these scenarios highlights the importance of tailored approaches in our security audits, ensuring robust protection across diverse environments. Common use cases include air-gapped systems with no network access, classified or sensitive systems where live scanning is not allowed, pre-deployment checks for auditing system images before they're live, and cloud instances or containers, where you pull config files instead of scanning the instance. In Nessus, the offline config audit scan template is a powerful tool for assessing your system configurations without needing a live connection. Imagine being able to analyze compliance and security settings while your devices are offline. This is particularly useful for environments where connectivity is limited or where you want to minimize the risk of exposure during audits. To set it up, simply navigate to the scan templates, select Offline Config Audit, and customize your audit policies based on your compliance requirements. You can import configuration files, specify the checks you want to perform, and even tailor the output reports to highlight critical findings. This approach not only saves time, but also enhances your security posture by ensuring that even offline systems are regularly assessed. So whether you're dealing with sensitive data or just want to maintain best practices, the offline config audit in Nessus is your go-to solution for comprehensive audits. You can use the offline config audit scan template in Nessus to set up these audits.
Policy compliance auditing in Nessus is a game changer for organizations striving to maintain robust security. Imagine being able to assess not just vulnerabilities, but also how well your systems align with internal policies and regulatory standards. This feature dives deep into system configurations and settings, evaluating them against established compliance benchmarks.
It's like having a compliance expert at your fingertips, ensuring that every aspect of your IT environment meets the necessary requirements. By leveraging this powerful tool, you can identify gaps in compliance, mitigate risks, and ultimately strengthen your security posture. It's not just about finding weaknesses, it's about building a resilient framework that supports your organization's goals and protects sensitive data. With Nessus, you're not just scanning for vulnerabilities. You're ensuring that your entire system is compliant and secure. Policy compliance auditing in Nessus is a powerful feature that allows organizations to assess how well their systems comply with internal policies, industry standards, and regulatory frameworks. This type of auditing goes beyond traditional vulnerability scanning by evaluating system configurations and settings to determine whether they meet specified compliance benchmarks.
Policy compliance auditing in Nessus is all about ensuring our systems are secure and configured correctly. Imagine checking your Windows, Linux, or database setups against a set of rules that are designed to keep us safe. These rules come from trusted standards like CS benchmarks, NIST 800-53, HIPAA, PCI DSS, SOX, and DISA-STIGs. Each of these frameworks provides a blueprint for security, helping us identify vulnerabilities before they become a problem. But it doesn't stop there. Organizations can also create custom policies tailored to their specific needs. This means we're not just following generic guidelines, we're building a security posture that fits our unique environment. By conducting these audits, we not only comply with regulations but also foster a culture of security awareness. It's about being proactive, not reactive, and that's how we safeguard our digital assets effectively.
At its core, policy compliance auditing in Nessus involves checking the configuration of systems, like Windows, Linux, databases, etc., against a predefined set of rules or policies. These rules are typically based on standards such as CIS benchmarks, NIST 853, HIPAA, PCI DSS, SOX, DISA-STIGs, and custom policies defined by your organization. Nessus takes policy compliance auditing to the next level with its powerful use of audit files written in the Tenable Audit Language, or TAL. These files are like blueprints, detailing exactly what to check. Everything from registry settings and file permissions to installed software and running services. Imagine it authenticating to your target system, whether through SSH for Unix, Linux, or WMI SMB for Windows. It dives deep, reading system configuration data directly from the host.
Then, it compares the actual configurations against the desired settings laid out in the audit file. The results? Clear-cut findings that are reported as pass, fail, or error if something couldn't be checked. This process not only ensures compliance, but also strengthens your security posture, making it an essential tool for any organization. Nessus performs policy compliance auditing using audit files that contain checks written in a Tenable Audit Language, TL.
These files define what to check, such as registry settings, file and directory permissions, installed software and versions, running services, password policies, SSH configurations, and audit policies. Nessus does this by authenticating to the target system, typically via SSH for Unix, Linux, or WMI SMB for Windows. Reading system configuration data directly from the host, comparing the actual configurations against the desired settings defined in the audit file, and reporting findings as either pass, fail, or error if it couldn't be checked.
When it comes to policy audit files, there are two main types to consider: built-in audits and custom audits. Built-in audits provided by Tenable and are regularly updated to keep pace with the ever-evolving security landscape. These are your go-to resources for standard compliance checks.
On the flip side, custom audits allow you to tailor your assessments to fit your organization's unique policies and needs. Both types of audits are stored in the .audit format, which uses a syntax similar to XML. This makes them quite flexible and easy to work with. You can edit existing files or create new ones using any text editor. Imagine having power to define exactly what compliance looks like for your organization. With custom audits, you can ensure that your specific requirements are met, all while leveraging the robust framework provided by Tenable. It's all about making your security posture as strong and relevant as possible.
In a Linux compliance After completing a compliance scan with Nessus, the output is both detailed and actionable. Each rule is clearly marked with a pass or fail status, giving you immediate insight into your compliance posture. You can generate reports in HTML, CSV, or PDF formats, making it easy to share findings with stakeholders. What's particularly useful is how each finding is mapped to specific compliance requirements, like PCI DSS 8.1.1, allowing you to see exactly where you stand. Plus, the ability to filter and group results by severity, compliance standard, or system means you can focus on what matters most. This targeted approach not only streamlines remediation efforts, but also enhances your overall security strategy. In a world where compliance is critical, Nessus makes it straightforward to stay on top of your obligations. After a compliance scan, Nessus provides pass-fail status for each rule. You can generate HTML, CSV, or PDF reports. Each finding is typically mapped to the relevant compliance requirement. For example, PCI DSS 8.1.1. Results can be filtered and grouped by severity, compliance standard, or system. Policy compliance audits are crucial for any organization. They help us stay compliant with regulatory requirements, which is essential in today's complex landscape. By conducting these audits, we can significantly reduce security risks. When our systems are securely configured, we protect sensitive data and maintain trust with our clients. Moreover, passing external audits becomes a breeze. With everything in order, we can showcase our commitment to best practices. This not only boosts our credibility, but also demonstrates due diligence to stakeholders, reassuring them that we take our responsibilities seriously. In a world where compliance is non-negotiable, these audits are our best ally in navigating the challenges ahead. Policy compliance audits help organizations stay compliant with regulatory requirements, reduce security risks by ensuring systems are securely configured, pass external audits more easily, and demonstrate due diligence to stakeholders. Policy compliance audits are crucial for any organization. They help us stay compliant with regulatory requirements, which is essential in today's complex landscape. Using credentialed scans is essential for effective policy audits. They provide the system-level access needed to read configurations accurately. It's crucial to keep audit files updated because standards evolve, and we must stay ahead of the curve. Tailoring custom audits to fit our unique organizational policies ensures that we address specific risks and compliance requirements. Combining these audits with vulnerability scans gives us full visibility into our security posture, allowing us to identify and mitigate risks proactively. For centralized management and reporting, tools like Nessus Manager or Tenable.io, Tenable.c are invaluable. They streamline the process, making it easier to manage our security landscape and respond to threats swiftly. Embracing these best practices not only enhances our security, but also fosters a culture of continuous improvement. Use credentialed scans. Policy audits need system-level access to read configurations. Keep audit files updated. Standards evolve over time. Tailor custom audits for unique organizational policies. Combine with vulnerability scans for full visibility. Use Nessus Manager or Tenable.io, Tenable.se for centralized management and reporting. SCAP, or Security Content Automation Protocol, and OVAL, Open Vulnerability and Assessment Language, are essential tools in the realm of automated vulnerability management. Think of SCAP as a framework that standardizes how we assess security vulnerabilities, while OVAL provides the language to describe those vulnerabilities in detail. Now, when we bring Nessus into the picture, it becomes a powerhouse for security professionals. Nessus leverages SCAP to automate compliance checks against security policies, ensuring that systems are up to standard. It uses OVAL to identify vulnerabilities, providing detailed assessments that help us understand our security posture. In an auditing context, this means we can efficiently evaluate compliance and risk, making informed decisions to bolster our defenses. By automating these processes, we save time and resources, allowing us to focus on what really matters: protecting our assets and maintaining a robust security framework. SCAP and OVAL auditing in Nessus are used for automated vulnerability management, security measurement, and policy compliance evaluation. Let's break down both concepts and how Nessus uses them, then tie it together with what they mean in an auditing context. SCAP, or the Security Content Automation Protocol, is a powerful suite of specifications from NIST that streamlines how we handle security-related information. It automates vulnerability management and policy compliance, making our lives a lot easier. Let's break down its key components. First, we have XCCDF, which helps us create security checklists and configuration rules. Then there's OVAL, which describes system states and performs those critical vulnerability checks. CVE provides a standardized list of vulnerabilities, while CPE offers a named standard for IT systems and software. CCE identifies system security settings, and CVSS quantifies the severity of vulnerabilities, giving us a clear picture of risk. In practical terms, Nessus leverages SCAP by importing XCCDF and OVAL content, including benchmarks like CIS and STIG. This means it can check our systems against these standards to ensure compliance, helping us maintain a secure environment effortlessly. SCAP truly revolutionizes how we approach security. SCAP is a suite of specifications from NIST that standardize format nomenclature for security-related information.
It's designed to automate the process of vulnerability management and policy compliance checking. Key components of SCAP include XCCDF, which is used to express security checklists and configuration rules; OVAL, which describes system states and performs vulnerability and compliance checks; CVE, a standardized list of vulnerabilities; CP, a naming standard for IT systems and software; CCE, identifiers for system security settings; and CVSS, which quantifies the severity of vulnerabilities. Nessus uses SCAP to import XCCDF and OVAL content, which includes benchmarks that define how systems should be securely configured. Nessus then checks the target system against these benchmarks to ensure compliance.
OVAL, or Open Vulnerability and Assessment Language, is a powerful tool in the cybersecurity realm. It's language and a standard that empowers security analysts to define and assess the state of computer systems. Imagine having a structured, machine-readable way to vulnerabilities, configuration issues, installed software, and patch levels. That's OVAL for you. It works by creating definitions that specify conditions to test. For instance, you might ask, is this registry key configured? Or is this critical patch installed? These definitions are then imported into security tools like Nessus, which execute them on systems to check compliance. OVAL also allows for complex logical relationships, letting you combine checks with and, or, and not. This flexibility makes it an essential component in the toolkit of anyone serious about maintaining system security. OVAL is both a language and a standard that allows security analysts to define and assess the state of a computer system. It's used to create structured, machine-readable definitions that can detect vulnerabilities, configuration issues, installed software, and patch levels. OVAL definitions describe the conditions to test, such as, is this registry key configured in a certain way? Or is this patch installed? These definitions are imported into security tools like Nessus and executed on systems to see whether they meet the conditions. Oval can also express logical relationships like and, or, and not between different checks. When we talk about scaffold auditing in Nessus, we're diving into a powerful compliance tool. Essentially, Nessus loads SCAP content, often sourced from benchmarks like CIS. This content includes XCCDF checklists and Oval definition, which are crucial for assessing system security. As Nessus targets systems, it evaluates compliance against these defined rules. The results? A detailed which checks passed or failed, the vulnerabilities discovered, and whether your systems meet compliance baselines. This process not only helps in identifying security gaps, but also ensures that your organization adheres to necessary regulations. In a world where safety is paramount, leveraging SCAP and Oval auditing in Nessus is a game changer for maintaining robust defenses. When we say Nessus does SCAP auditing, Nessus loads SCAP content, usually from NIST or vendor benchmarks like CIS. This SCAP includes XCCDS and Oval definitions. Nessus scans the target systems and evaluates whether they are compliant with the defined rules. It provides a detailed report showing which checks failed, which vulnerabilities were found, and whether systems conform to compliance baselines. In Nessus Professional or Nessus Manager, importing SCAP content is straightforward. Start by uploading your SCAP or XCCDF benchmark file. Common formats include .xml, .zip, .xccdf, and .dat. Once that's done, launch a compliance scan by selecting the SCAP and Oval auditing policy. Don't forget to provide the necessary credentials for the target system. Next, upload or select the SCAP content you need and configure any custom options, like tailoring files for your specific requirements. After the scan completes, Nessus generates a detailed compliance report. This report outlines each rule, indicating whether it passed or failed, along with remediation steps and severity levels. It's a powerful way to ensure your systems meet compliance standards efficiently. In Nessus Professional or Nessus Manager, you can import a SCAP XCCDF benchmark file. Common file types: XML, zip, .xcc, .dat. Choose the SCAP and auditing policy. Provide credentials to the target system. Upload or the appropriate SCAP content. Configure any custom options, e.g., tailoring files. After the scan, Nessus will produce a compliance report. It shows each rule, whether it passed, failed, remediation steps, and the severity. When it comes to compliance, SCAP and Oval auditing are game changers. They ensure that we're measuring systems against official standards like CI or DISA STIGs. It's crucial for maintaining security. Think about it. Automated checks save us a ton of time compared to manual audits. No more sifting through endless paperwork. Plus, these tools provide detailed diagnostics, pinpointing exactly where and why a system is out of compliance. This level of insight is valuable. And let's not forget, many regulations like HIPAA, FISMA, and PCI DSS demand standardized reporting. With SCAP and Oval, we're not just audit ready, we're ahead of the game, ensuring our systems are secure and compliant. In the world of cybersecurity, understanding SCAP is crucial. It stands for Security Content Automation Protocol, a standardized protocol that automates security configuration and vulnerability checks. Think of it as your compliance superhero, enabling organizations to scan for vulnerabilities by importing benchmarks effortlessly. Now let's talk about Oval, the open vulnerability and assessment language. This powerful tool defines system vulnerabilities and configuration tests, driving the technical checks behind those compliance scans. It's like the blueprint for identifying weaknesses in your systems. When we combine Nessus with and Oval, we get Nessus SCAP auditing. This process meticulously compares your systems against established security benchmarks, ensuring that your compliance checking is not just automated, but also reportable. It's a game changer for maintaining security standards and protecting your organization from potential threats. SCAP is a standardized protocol for automating security configuration vulnerability checks, enabling compliance scanning via import of benchmarks. Oval is a language to define system vulnerabilities and configuration tests, driving the technical checks behind scans. Nessus SCAP auditing uses SCAP and Oval to compare system security benchmarks, providing automated, reportable, auditable checking. In Nessus, scan policies are like the blueprint of a well-constructed building. They dictate every detail of the vulnerability scan process. Imagine telling Nessus exactly what to look for, whether it's outdated software, misconfigurations, or potential exploits. Each setting is crucial. It defines the types of vulnerabilities to check, the performance settings to optimize the scan speed, and even the authentication credentials needed to dig deeper. A well-crafted scan policy ensures that no stone is left unturned, allowing you to uncover hidden threats before they become a problem. By fine-tuning these configurations, you're not just scanning, strategically fortifying your defenses against threats. In Nessus, scan policies are the core configurations that determine how a vulnerability scan is performed. Think of a scan policy like a blueprint. It tells Nessus what to look for, how to look for it, and what methods to use. These settings define everything from the types of vulnerabilities to check for, to performance settings and authentication credentials. In Nessus, scan policies are like the blueprint of a well-constructed building. They dictate every detail of the vulnerability scan process. Imagine telling Nessus exactly what to look for, whether it's outdated software, misconfigurations, or potential exploits. A scan policy in Nessus is essentially your blueprint for vulnerability scanning. It defines the targets you want to assess, whether that's specific IP addresses, ranges, or domain names. You also get to choose which plugins to activate, like those that detect CVEs, misconfigurations, or even malware. The type of scan is crucial too. You can opt for credentialed scans for deeper insights, or uncredentialed ones for a broader overview. Performance settings allow you to control how many hosts are scanned simultaneously, optimizing your resources. And let's not forget authentication methods, which can unlock deeper access during scans, revealing vulnerabilities that might otherwise go unnoticed. You can stick with the predefined policies from Tenable, or get creative and craft custom ones tailored to your unique environment. It's all about making scan is as effective and efficient as possible. A scan policy in Nessus, a set of rules and configurations how a scan should behave. It defines the targets, the plugins to use, the type of scan, performance settings, and authentication methods. Users can use predefined policies provided by Tenable or create custom policies tailored to their environment. When configuring a Nessus scan policy, the first thing to focus on is a description that clearly identifies its purpose. Next, you'll specify it. These can be individual addresses, domain names, or even CIDR ranges, depending on your assessment. Then comes the scan type. Are you conducting a network scan or perhaps an advanced scan? Maybe you need to test a web application. Each type has its own strengths, so choose wisely. Finally, don't overlook the schedule. You can set your scans to run just once, or you can automate them to run daily, weekly, or monthly. This ensures that your security posture remains robust over time. By management. Here's a breakdown of the main components you'll configure in a Nessus scan policy. General settings, name and description for identifying the scan or its purpose. Targets, IP addresses, domain names, or ranges. Scan type, network scan, advanced scan, web application test, etc. Schedule, one-time, daily, weekly, or monthly scans. Credentials are essential for authenticated scans, allow us to dive deeper into systems and uncover vulnerabilities that an outsider simply can't see. Think about it. With Windows authentication through SMB or WinRM, SSH for Unix, Linux, and even database and cloud credentials for AWS or Azure, Nessus gets a comprehensive view. This level of access means more accurate results and fewer false positives. Now let's talk about plugins. These are the powerhouse scripts that Nessus uses to identify specific vulnerability configurations. With over 100,000 plugins available, they're categorized by operating systems, services, CVEs, and even compliance checks. You have the flexibility to enable or disable specific plugins, tailoring your scans to your needs. And the best part? Tenable updates these plugins regularly, ensuring you're always equipped to tackle the latest threats. Credentials are used for authenticated scans, which allow Nessus to log into the systems and see what an attacker wouldn't see from outside. Supports Windows authentication via SMB, WinRM, etc. Unix, SSH, database credentials, cloud credentials, e.g., AWS, Azure, and web app credentials for scanning areas. Why it's important. Authenticated scans are far more accurate and less likely to cause false positives or miss vulnerabilities. Plugins are scripts used by Nessus to test for specific vulnerabilities or misconfiguration. Over 100,000 plugins are categorized by OS services, CVE, malware, compliance, etc. You can enable, disable specific plugins or categories, e.g., disable DOS checks. These get updated regularly from Tenable's plugin feed. When configuring advanced settings, start with the performance options. Adjust the max simultaneous hosts to control how many targets you scan at once, and set the max checks per host to manage the number of vulnerabilities tested simultaneously. Don't forget about network timeout values and port scan throttle rates to optimize your scans without overwhelming the network. Next, dive into network settings. Customize your port scans by specifying TCP or UDP ports and choose your ping options, whether it's ICMP, ARP, or TCP, to ensure you're getting accurate responses from your targets. For detection preferences, fine-tune your service detection settings, OS fingerprinting, and web server identification to enhance the accuracy of your findings. When it comes to compliance, upload your SCAP or OVAL files and apply CIS, NIST, or PCI benchmarks. This is essential for auditing against both internal and external standards. Enable safe checks to prevent Nessus from executing potentially disruptive tests like DOS attacks, keeping your production systems secure. Lastly, utilize patch audit files to pinpoint missing patches, especially during credentialed scans. This comprehensive approach ensures your security posture is robust and reliable. Nessus a variety of predefined scan policy templates that make vulnerability assessment a breeze. First up, the basic network scan. Perfect for a click of your external network. If you need more control, the advanced scan lets you optimize every detail to fit your needs. For those managing patch levels, the credentialed patch audit is invaluable. Log in credentials to verify what's up to date. Web application tests are essential for identifying web-specific like cross-site scripting and SQL injection. If you're concerned about malware, the malware scan digs deep to uncover any traces lurking in your systems. And let's not forget the mobile device scan, which ensures your mobile endpoint is secure. Finally, the cloud infrastructure scan helps you keep your cloud environment safe from vulnerabilities. Each template is designed to streamline your security efforts, making it easier than ever to protect your assets. Every month, I dive into scanning our internal Windows servers to ensure they're patched and secure. Using a credentialed patch audit policy, I add our Windows domain credentials under the Credentials tab. This step is crucial. It gives me deeper insights into vulnerabilities and compliance. I always enable patch auditing and safe checks to keep everything running smoothly, while disabling DOS plugins to prevent any system instability. Scheduling the scan for the first Friday of each month creates a routine that keeps us on track. The benefits of custom policies are immense. I gain fine-tuned control over the scan, significantly reducing false positives and avoiding unnecessary checks on irrelevant services. Thus, by excluding aggressive checks, I protect our fragile systems from potential disruptions. It's about maintaining a secure environment, ensuring our operations run seamlessly. Real-world example. You're scanning internal Windows servers monthly to ensure patch compliance and identify vulnerabilities. Use a credentialed patch audit policy. Add Windows domain credentials under the Credentials tab. Enable patch auditing and safe checks. Disable DOS plugins to avoid instability. Schedule the scan every first Friday of the month. Benefits of custom policies. Fine-tune control over the scan. Reduce false positives. Avoid unnecessary scanning of irrelevant services. Protect fragile systems by excluding checks. Plugin Nessus are the back of vulnerability scanning. They dictate how scans are executed, determining which checks are performed and how vulnerabilities are detected. Each rule is crafted to target specific weaknesses, ensuring that no stone is unturned. Understanding these rules is crucial. They not only influence the accuracy of your scan results, but also impact the overall security posture of your organization. By customizing these rules, you can use scans to focus on your unique environment, prioritizing the vulnerabilities that matter most to you.
This means you can allocate resources more effectively and respond to threats with precision. Managing plugin rules isn't just about configuration, it's about empowering your security strategy. Sit into the settings, tweak those rules, and make Nessus work for you. Security depends on it. In Nessus, plugin rules play a critical role in how scans are executed and how vulnerabilities are detected and reported.
Let's go deep into understanding what plugin rules are, how they work, matter, and how you can manage or customize them. Plugin rules in Nessus are the back of vulnerabilities. They dictate how scans are executed, determining which checks are performed and how vulnerabilities are detected. Each rule is crafted to target specific weaknesses, ensuring no stone is left unturned. Plugin rules are essential for customizing scans operate. They dictate how plugin runs or gets excluded, allowing you to focus on what truly matters. Imagine you're scanning a network and you want to filter out noise. Plugin rules help you do just that. They can also modify the severity of detected vulnerabilities, ensuring that only the most critical issues grab your attention. Plus, they enforce compliance and policy rules, making sure your scans align with organizational standards. Think of plugin rules as your personal toolkit. Find us to report only the vulnerabilities that are relevant to your specific context. This level of control not only streamlines your scanning process, but also enhances your overall security posture. Plugin rules in Nessus. Plugin rules in Nessus are a set of configurations that determine how plugins behave, especially with respect to plugin runs or is excluded during a scan. Whether a detected vulnerability is suppressed or modified in its severity or output, and enforcing compliance or policy rules in certain contexts. Think of plugin rules as a way to fine-tune or filter what Nessus reports or pays attention to during scanning. Nessus plugins are the backbone of vulnerability detection, acting like specialized scripts that sniff out weaknesses in systems. Each of the over 108,000 plugins is crafted in NASL or XML, targeting specific vulnerabilities or misconfigurations. Imagine each plugin as a detective with a unique plugin ID, belonging to a family like Windows or databases. They come with a severity level, ranging from info to critical, indicating how urgent the threat is. Whether it's checking for CVEs, missing patches, or outdated software versions, these plugins are essential for maintaining security. To understand plugin rules, you first need to understand what Nessus plugins are. Nessus uses plugins, scripts, to detect vulnerabilities. Each plugin checks for specific vulnerabilities or misconfigurations. They are written in the NASL, Nessus Attack Scripting Language, or in other formats like XML for compliance. There are over 180,000 plugins, and each has a unique plugin ID, a family, e.g. Windows, web servers, databases, a severity level, info, low, medium, high, critical, and a specific vulnerability check, such as missing patches or software versions.
Nessus plugins are the backbone of vulnerability detection, acting like specialized scripts that sniff misses in systems. Each of the over 180,000 plugins is crafted in NASL or XML, targeting specific vulnerabilities or misconfigurations. Imagine each plugin as a detective with a unique plugin ID, belonging to a family like Windows or databases. They come with a level, ranging from info to critical, indicating how urgent the threat is. Whether it's checking for CV, missing patches, or outdated software versions, these plugins are for maintaining security. Understanding how they work is key to fortifying your defenses against cyber threats.
Plugin rules are essential for managing behavior of plugins effectively. They allow you to control which plugins can run, helping you block those notorious for crashing older systems. Imagine running a targeted scan with only the plugins you trust. No more unnecessary noise. But it doesn't stop there. You can suppress results from known false positives. Take Nessus, for example. It might flag a vulnerability that you've already verified doesn't exist. With plugin rules, you can avoid those duplicate alerts that clutter your reports across different assets. And if you need to adjust the severity of a plugin's result, that's possible too. You can change a high-risk alert to medium if you've mitigated the issue in your environment. Plus, adding custom text to the output helps clarify your findings. Plugin rules empower you to streamline your security assessments, making them more accurate and efficient. Plugin rules control the behavior of these plugins. You can create rules to allow or block specific plugins, prevent certain plugins from running, enable only a subset of plugins for targeted scans, suppress plugin results, suppress known false positives, avoid duplicate alerts across different assets. Modify plugin output or severity, change the severity of a plugin's result, and add custom text to the output. Plugin rules are essential for managing the behavior of plugins effectively. They allow you to control which plugins can run, helping you block those notorious for crashing older systems. Imagine running a targeted scan with only the plugins you trust. No more unnecessary noise. But it doesn't stop there. You can suppress results from known false positives. Take Nessus, for example. It might flag a vulnerability that you've already verified doesn't exist. Rules play a crucial role in enhancing the effectiveness of your security scans. First, let's talk about scan policies. Here you have the power to customize which plugins are enabled or disabled, tailoring your scans to fit your specifics. Next, we have the plugin rules section, .sc or Nessus Professional. You can find this under Settings, Contacts, Plugin Rules. This is where the magic happens. You can create based on criteria like plugin ID, host IP range, port, CVE, or plugin name, and even severity level. This level of customization ensures that your scans are not only thorough, but also relevant. For the advanced users out there, the .nessus file or API configuration opens up even more possibilities. You can manipulate plugin behavior through scripting or automation, allowing for a truly personalized scan experience. With these tools at your disposal, you can ensure that your security posture is as robust as possible. Plugin rules are used in scan policies, where you can cut which plugins are enabled or disabled in a scan. In the plugin rules section located under Settings, plugin rules, you can create rules using criteria such as plugin ID, host IP or range, port, CV or plugin name, and severity level. Advanced users can manipulate plugin behavior or automation in the .nessus file or API configuration. Plugin rules play a crucial role in enhancing the effectiveness of your security scans. First, let's talk about scan policies. Here, you have the power to customize which plugins are enabled or disabled, tailoring your scans to fit your specific needs. Next, we have the plugin rules section in tenable.sc or Nessus Professional. You can find this under Settings, Plugin Rules. This is where the magic happens. Imagine you're managing a network and you notice a plugin misidentifying Windows Server 2016 as 2012 R2. Frustrating, right? So you take action. You create a plugin rule to suppress that false positive for that specific host. Problem solved. Now let's talk compliance. You've got a plugin flagging a password policy as non-compliant, but you know it's allowed by an internal exception. Instead of panicking, you customize the rule to downgrade the severity or add notes for clarity. This way, you keep your reports accurate and your team informed. These use cases highlight the power of tailored in managing your network effectively. By suppressing false positives and customizing compliance checks, you ensure your security posture remains strong without unnecessary noise. It's all about precision clarity in a world full of data. Example 1. Suppressing false positives. Plugin ID 19506 determines OS. You know it's misidentifying Windows Server 2016 as 2012 R2. You create a plugin rule to suppress this result for that host. Example 2. Compliance rule customization. A plugin is flagging a password policy as non-compliant. You know this is allowed by internal exception. Create a rule that downgrades severity or adds notes. Customizing Nessus plugin rules is a powerful way to tailor your security scans to fit your unique environment. But with great power comes great responsibility. Overusing suppression can lead to a dangerous blind spot. Real threats slip through the cracks unnoticed. In compliance scans, while these rules can refine your reporting, they can also raise red flags during audits if you suppress findings that are acquired. It's a balancing act, enhancing your security posture while ensuring compliance. Always remember, the goal is to protect your asset, not to create a false sense of security. Use plugin rules wisely and keep your defenses strong. Plugin rules let you customize Nessus for your environment without modifying the plugin code itself. However, this power comes with responsibility. If you overuse suppression, you risk missing real threats. In compliance scans, rules can help adjust, but may raise audit concerns if you suppress required findings. Customizing Nessus with plugin rules is a powerful way to tailor your security scans to fit environment. But with great power comes great responsibility. Overusing suppression can lead to a dangerous blind spot, where real threats slip cracks unnoticed.
Creating effective plugin rules is essential for our team's success. First, document every rule thoroughly. Auditors and team members need to understand the reasoning behind each one. This transparency fosters trust and clarity. Next, make it a habit to review these rules regularly. What works today might not in 6 months, so stay agile and adapt.
Before rolling out any new rule broadly, always test it first, especially in production scans. A small oversight can lead to significant issues down the line. And remember, less is more. Avoid the temptation to create rules for every scenario. Focus on high-confidence situations where the impact is clear. By following these best practices, we can ensure our plugin rules are effective and sustainable. Document all plugin rules. Auditors and team members should know why they exist. Review regularly. What's appropriate today might not be in 6 months. Test before applying broadly, especially in production scans. Use sparingly. Avoid creating plugin rules for everything. On high-confidence scenarios. Exporting and importing plugin rules across systems, like from staging to production in Nessus, is a danger for security teams. It streamlines processes and ensures consistency across environments. In Tenable.sc, leveraging repository-based plugin rules is essential for managing environments effectively. This approach allows organizations to maintain a centralized set of rules that can be easily updated and deployed. Many teams take it a step further by automating these updates through scripts using the API. This means that as threat intelligence evolves or as changes occur in the organization, plugin rules can be dynamically adjusted in real time. It's a proactive strategy that not only enhances security posture, but also saves valuable time and resources. Embracing these techniques can significantly improve your vulnerability management process and keep your systems resilient against emerging threats. Plugin rules can be exported in cross systems, e.g., from staging to production Nessus. Nessus is a vulnerability assessment, especially when it comes to cloud security. One of its standout features is Tenable.cs, previously known as Tenable.io Cloud Security. This tool seamlessly integrates with Terrascan, which is essential scanning infrastructure as code. Imagine being able to capture vulnerabilities in your code before they even reach production. That's the magic of combining these tools. With Tenable.cs, you get real-time visibility into your cloud environment, ensuring that your configurations are secure from the get-go. It's not just about finding vulnerabilities, it's about preventing them from becoming a problem in the first place. In today's fast-paced landscape, leveraging these tools is not just smart, it's essential for maintaining robust security. Tenable Nessus is a widely used vulnerability assessment tool. One of the key components or plugins referenced with Nessus in cloud security contexts is Tenable.cs, which integrates like Terrascan for infrastructure scanning. Tenable Nessus is a powerhouse in vulnerability assessment, especially when it comes to cloud security. One of its standout features is Tenable.cs, previously known as Tenable.io Cloud Security. Terrascan is a powerful open-source tool that acts as a static code analyzer for infrastructure as code, or IAC. Developed by Accurix, now part of Tenable, it's designed to help you maintain security best practices, IAC configurations. Imagine scanning your Terraform script, AWS CloudFormation templates, Kubernetes YAML files, Docker files, and even Helm charts for misconfigurations and policy violations in one go. What's really cool is that it leverages the Open Policy Agent, or OPA, to evaluate your code against established policies. This means you can catch potential security issues before they become a problem, ensuring your infrastructure is not just functional but secure. With Terrascan, you can confidently deploy your applications. You've taken the necessary steps to protect your environment. It's like having a security expert on your team, keeping you clean and compliant. Terrascan is an open-source static code analyzer. Security best practices are followed in IAC configurations for misconfigurations and policy violations. Supported IAC formats include Terraform, AWS CloudFormation, Kubernetes YAML, Docker files, and Helm charts. It uses OPA, Open Policy, under the hood to evaluate policies against code. Terrascan operates by diving deep into your infrastructure as code, starting with parsing your Terraform.tf files. It reads through your configurations, transforming them into an internal format that's ready for analysis. This is where the magic happens. Once the code is parsed, Terrascan applies a suite of policies, hundreds of them all crafted in Rego, to scrutinize your setup. It's like having a vigilant security guard for your cloud infrastructure. Finally, it reports its findings, highlighting security and compliance issues like open security groups, unencrypted storage, and even hard-coded secrets. With Terrascan, you get a clear view of potential vulnerabilities, ensuring your infrastructure is not just functional, but secure. How does Terrascan work conceptually? First, it parses the IAC by reading your infrastructure code, such as Terraform.tf files. Next, it creates an intermediate representation by converting configurations into an internal format for analysis. Then, it applies policies by comparing the code against hundreds of predefined policies written in Rego. Finally, it reports findings by displaying security and compliance issues, including open security groups, unencrypted storage, and hard-coded secrets. Terrascanning with Tenable is a game changer for cloud security. Imagine being able to scan your Terraform or other infrastructure as code before. That's right. Tenable.cs, Nessus, and Tenable.io security teams can detect misconfigurations early in the CI/CD pipeline. This proactive approach ensures your cloud environments stay compliant with essential frameworks like CIS, NIST, PCI DSS, and SOC2. In this setup, Terrascan acts as the static analysis engine, diving deep into your code to identify vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, Tenable and Nessus provide a platform for managing scans, offering centralized reporting that keeps everyone in the loop. Plus, with seamless integration into ticketing systems like Jira and CI/CD tools like Jenkins and GitHub Actions, you can streamline your workflows and enhance collaboration. It's all about making security an integral part of your development process, ensuring you deploy with confidence every time. Tenable has integrated Terrascan cloud security products, especially Tenable.cs, Nessus, and Tenable.io. This allows security teams to scan Terraform or other IAC before deployment, misconfigurations early in the CI/CD pipeline, and ensure environments remain compliant with frameworks like CI, NIST, PCI DSS, and SOC2. In this setup, Terrascan functions as the static analysis engine, while Tenable Nessus acts as the platform for managing scans, centralized reporting, and integration with ticketing and CI/CD tools. When it comes to Terraform code review, Terrascan and Nessus are game changers. Imagine catching misconfigurations like an open ingress on 0.0.0.0.0 in your security groups before they become a problem. In a DevSecOps CI/CD pipeline, audit commands before merging to the main branch or deploying can save you from potential disasters. Compliance enforcement? No sweat. You can map findings directly to compliance benchmarks, ensuring you meet industry standards effortlessly. And let's not forget multi-cloud security. Whether you're working with AWS, Azure, or GCP, you can scan your cloud-native resources seamlessly. With Terrascan and Nessus, you're not just securing your infrastructure, you're building confidence in your deployments. When it comes to Terraform code review, Terrascan and Nessus are game changers. Imagine catching misconfigurations like an open ingress on 0.0.0.0 in your security groups before they become a problem. Shifting left in security is a game changer. Imagine catching misconfigurations before they ever hit production. That's the power of proactive security. With Policy Code, you can easily customize security policies to fit your unique needs, ensuring compliance without the headache. And let's talk automation. Embedding security checks into your pipelines with tools like GitHub Actions, GitLab, or Jenkins is seamless. It's all about efficiency. Plus, whether you prefer open source solutions or need the robustness of a commercial offering, Terrascan has you covered. You can run it standalone or integrate it into Tenable's enterprise-grade solution. This flexibility empowers teams to secure their environments without slowing down development. It's time to embrace a smarter, more secure approach to DevOps. Shift left security. Find misconfigs before deployment. Policy as code. Use or customize security policies. Automation friendly. Easy to embed into pipelines. GitHub Actions, GitLab, Jenkins. Open source plus commercial. You can use Terrascan standalone or as part of Tenable's enterprise-grade solution. Hey, welcome back. If you've made it this, congrats. You've officially completed the course, and that's no small feat. Let's take a few minutes to wrap everything up and talk about where you can go. Over the course, we covered everything from installing Nessus, understanding the different scan types, to policies, interpreting results, and even automating reports. You learned how to scan everything from single systems to entire networks, all while staying secure and compliant. Knowing how to use Nessus isn't just about running scans. It's about understanding vulnerabilities, improving security posture, and supporting risk-based decisions. Whether you're an aspiring cybersecurity analyst, a system admin, or part of a red or blue team, these skills are essential. Okay, so what's next? Here are a few paths you might take after this course. Get certified. Consider going for certifications like CompTIA Security, CISA+, or even OSCP. Nessus plays a role in all of them. Practice. Use tools like Metasploitable or Vulnerams to keep sharpening your scanning and analysis skills. Integrate. Try integrating Nessus with SIEMs or vulnerability management platforms. Stay updated. Nessus updates regularly, so follow Tenable's release notes and forums to stay in the loop. Thanks so much for joining me on this journey. Your time, focus, and effort really do matter. And now you've got a powerful new skill in your cybersecurity toolbox. If you found this course helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop a comment below. Let me know what topic you'd love to learn next. Penetration testing, SIEMs, threat hunting. I want to hear from you. This is Aravind Cheech signing off. Stay curious, stay secure, and I'll see you in the next one.